Hello students, this video contains 15 individual lessons to help you improve your English speaking in conversations. Enjoy the video. Think. He paused to think about the problem. Contemplate. He paused to contemplate the intricacies of the issue before formulating a solution. Check. Please check the details. Verify. Please verify the accuracy of the details before finalizing. Before. I had dinner before the movie. Prior. I had dinner prior to watching the movie. Whole. He ate the whole cake. Entire. He indulged in the entire cake, relishing every bite. Understand. Do you understand the instructions? Comprehend. Do you comprehend the complexity of the instructions given? Read. He will read the book. Peruse. He will peruse the contents of the book thoroughly. Hard. The test was hard. Arduous. The test was arduous, demanding intense mental effort and concentration. Very good. She did a very good job on the project. Exemplary. Her work on the project was exemplary, meeting and exceeding all criteria. Do. I need to do my homework. Accomplish. I need to accomplish my homework tasks before class tomorrow. Funny. The comedian was funny. Humorous. The comedian was exceptionally humorous, leaving the audience in stitches. Wet. The towel is wet. Sodden. The towel is completely sodden after being out in the rain. Trouble. He faced trouble at work. Predicament. He faced a challenging predicament at his workplace. Basic. The course covers basic English speaking skills. Fundamental. The course covers fundamental principles in speaking English, providing a strong foundation for advanced studies. Sad. She felt sad after watching the movie. Melancholy. She felt a sense of melancholy after watching the movie's tragic ending. Have. I have a new book. Possess. I possess a new, intriguing book to read this weekend. Made. She made a beautiful painting. Crafted. She meticulously crafted a beautiful painting. Sit. Please sit on the chair. Perch. Please perch yourself comfortably on the chair provided. Hide. He will hide the treasure. Conceal. He will conceal the treasure in a secret location. Copy. She will copy the document. Replicate. She will diligently replicate the contents of the document for distribution. Hot. It's hot outside. Scorching. The weather is scorching, with temperatures reaching over 100 degrees. Cold. The water is cold. Frigid. The water is frigid, sending a chill through your bones. Fast. He's a fast runner. Swift. He's a swift runner, moving with agility and rapidity. Easy. It's an easy task. Effortless. It's an effortless task that requires minimal exertion. Other. Are there any other options? Alternative. Are there any alternative solutions available? Slow. The progress was slow. Gradual. The progress was gradual, step by step, over an extended period. Clean. The house is clean. Immaculate. The house is immaculate, not a speck of dust in sight. Poor. He's poor. Destitute. He's almost destitute, living in abject poverty without basic necessities. Take. She will take the cookies. Acquire. She will acquire the delicious cookies for the evening gathering. Rich. She's rich. Affluent. She's incredibly affluent with substantial wealth and assets. Smart. He's smart. Ingenious. He's undeniably ingenious with an exceptional ability to solve complex problems. Brave. He's brave. Valiant. He's valiant, showing exceptional courage in the face of adversity. Weak. He's weak. Feeble. He's rather feeble, lacking substantial physical strength. Slow. The walk was slow. Leisurely. The walk was delightfully leisurely, with no rush or haste. Boring. The lecture was boring. Tedious. The lecture was rather tedious, lacking excitement or engagement. Happy. She's happy. Elated. She's absolutely elated, brimming with pure joy and excitement. Big. The dog is big. Enormous. The dog is enormous, towering over other breeds. Small. The toy is small. Minuscule. The toy is minuscule, fitting in the palm of your hand. Nice. He's nice. Gracious. He's incredibly gracious, always showing kindness and consideration. Angry. He's angry. Irate. He's irate, seething with pent-up frustration. Scared. She's scared. Petrified. She's absolutely petrified, frozen with fear. Loud. The noise is loud. Deafening. The noise is deafening, overwhelming every other sound. Pretty. The painting is pretty. Exquisite. The painting is exquisite, displaying exceptional beauty and detail. Bad. It was a bad decision. Atrocious. It was an atrocious decision that led to unexpected consequences. Calm. The lake was calm. Tranquil. The lake was tranquil, with a peaceful and serene ambience. Thick. The fog was thick. Dense. The fog was dense, making visibility nearly impossible. Tired. She's tired. Fatigued. She's utterly fatigued, struggling to keep her eyes open. Speak. He will speak his thoughts. Articulate. He will articulate his thoughts with clarity and precision. Open. Please open the box. Unveil. Please unveil the contents of the box. Close. He will close the door. Seal. He will seal the door shut before leaving. Ask. I will ask him later. Inquire. I will inquire of him later, seeking pertinent information. Fall. The leaves fall in autumn. Descend. The leaves gently descend from the trees in autumn's embrace. Jump. He can jump high. Leap. He can leap gracefully, demonstrating remarkable agility. Early. He arrived early at the meeting. Premature. His arrival was somewhat premature for the scheduled meeting. Tell. He will tell us the news. Inform. He will inform us about the latest news and updates. Find. I will find the answer. Discover. I will strive to discover the ultimate solution. Seen. I have seen the movie. Witnessed. I have witnessed the cinematic masterpiece. Help. Can you help me with this? Aid. Can you aid me in this challenging task? Enjoy. I enjoy going for walks. Relish. I relish my walks in the serene park, finding them truly rejuvenating. Empty. The room is empty. Vacant. The room is completely vacant, devoid of any furniture or occupants. Naughty. The child is naughty. Mischievous. The child is delightfully mischievous, always full of playful ideas. Smooth. The surface is smooth. Sleek. The surface is sleek, offering a polished and elegant texture. Stay. He will stay for dinner. Remain. He will remain here for the dinner gathering. Love. They love their dog. Adore. They truly adore their furry companion, treating it like a member of the family. Choose. I will choose the red one. Select. I will select the vibrant red option among the choices available. Best. He is the best player. Optimum. He is the player at his optimum, displaying unrivaled skill and performance. Clear. His explanation was clear. Lucid. His explanation was lucid, easily understood by everyone. Delay. They will delay the meeting. Postpone. They will postpone the meeting to a later date. Save. He will save the old book. Preserve. He will preserve the antiquated book for future generations. Wide. The field is wide. Expansive. The field is expansive, stretching beyond the horizon. Reply. He will reply to the email. Respond. He will respond to the email promptly. Usual. It is his usual routine. Typical. It is his typical daily routine, adhered to consistently. Eat. He will eat his breakfast. Consume. He will consume his morning breakfast to start the day. Got. He got the book from the library. Obtained. He obtained the book from the library for his research. Quiet. The room is quiet. Serene. The room is serene, filled with a peaceful and quiet ambience. Owner. He is the owner of the restaurant. Proprietor. He is the proprietor of the esteemed restaurant in the city. Service. They provide a service. Assistance. They provide valuable assistance to their clients. More. I need more books. Additional. I require additional books for my research. List. She made a list. Catalogue. She compiled a comprehensive catalogue of items needed. Right. He is right about the answer. Correct. He is correct about the answer to the problem. Drink. She likes to drink water. Beverage. She prefers a clear and refreshing beverage like water. Control. He can control the situation. Regulate. He can effectively regulate the situation at hand. Write. He will write a letter. Compose. He will compose a formal letter for the company. Chase. He will chase the suspect. Pursue. He will pursue the suspect to bring about justice. Touch, he will touch the surface. Contact, he will make contact with the surface for inspection. Pull, she will pull the rope. Tug, she will tug on the rope to move the heavy object. Continue, he will continue working. Persist, he will persist in his work, unwavering in his efforts. Start, she will start the race. Commence, she will commence the race at the sound of the whistle. Finish, he will finish the task. Conclude, he will conclude the task with utmost precision and diligence. Watch, they will watch the movie. Observe, they will meticulously observe the movie for its cinematic brilliance. Steal, he will steal the cookies. Pilfer, he will pilfer the cookies from the jar. Hold, she will hold the book. Grasp, she will grasp the book firmly in her hands. Bite, he will bite the apple. Nibble, he will gently nibble on the ripe, juicy apple. Laugh, she will laugh at the joke. Chuckle, she will let out a light chuckle at the humour in the joke. Pick, he will pick a book. Select, he will carefully select a book from the shelves. Burn, she will burn the wood. Incinerate, she will incinerate the wood in the fire for warmth. Can, he can solve the puzzle. Able, he is able to solve the intricate puzzle with ease. Grow, the plants will grow. Flourish, the plants will flourish in the fertile soil with proper care. Blame, he will blame her for the mistake. Accuse, he will accuse her of the mistake, causing tension between them. Stock, they will check the stock. Inventory, they will review the inventory to ensure accuracy and availability. End, the movie will end soon. Conclusion, the movie will reach its conclusion in a few minutes. How often should you clean your smartphone screen? It's a good idea to clean your smartphone screen daily using a microfiber cloth. How did you know about the surprise party? I overheard some of our friends talking about it accidentally. How strange does that building's architecture appear to you? The building's architecture is very unusual, making it quite strange to look at. How does GPS determine your location? GPS uses signals from satellites to calculate the distance between your device and multiple satellites, allowing it to triangulate your position. How come you're not wearing your usual glasses? I lost them, so I'm wearing a spare pair for now. How quickly does it take for an ice cube to melt in room temperature? An ice cube usually melts within 15 to 20 minutes in room temperature. How could I increase the battery life on my phone? You could lower the screen brightness and close unused apps. How can I improve my memory? You can improve memory by getting enough sleep, staying mentally active, and practicing techniques like visualization and association. How can I reduce my environmental footprint? You can recycle, use reusable items, and conserve energy. How often should you exercise to maintain good health? It's recommended to engage in at least 150 minutes of moderate intensity exercise per week. How far does light travel in 1 second? Light travels approximately 186,282 miles in 1 second. How was your trip to the mountains? It was incredible. The views were breathtaking and I had a great time hiking. How will you celebrate your birthday this year? I'm planning a small gathering with close friends. How did you know that I love chocolate cake? You mentioned it during a conversation a while back. How many sides does a hexagon have? A hexagon has 6 sides. How do you like your coffee in the morning? I like my coffee with a splash of cream and a bit of sugar. How is glass made? Glass is made by melting silica sand, soda ash, and limestone at high temperatures to form a liquid that is then cooled and solidified. How is sound produced? Sound is produced by vibrations that create pressure waves in the air, which our ears detect as sound. How easy is it to grow herbs in a home garden? Growing herbs in a home garden is fairly easy, even for beginners. How about going for a hike this weekend? That sounds like a great idea. I'd love to spend time outdoors. How much sugar do you need for the recipe? You'll need half a cup of sugar. How can I improve my concentration while studying? You can create a distraction-free environment and take regular breaks. How many continents are there on Earth? There are 7 continents on Earth. How do you stay motivated to achieve your goals? I set small milestones and reward myself when I accomplish them. How was your experience at the new restaurant? It was wonderful. The food was delicious and the atmosphere was cozy. How much water should you drink in a day? It's recommended to drink about 8 glasses or 2 litres of water daily. How slow is the internet connection in this area? The internet connection is quite slow, which can be quite frustrating. How did you know how to fix the car's engine? I learned about it through online tutorials and some trial and error. How do you like your new haircut? I love it. It's a refreshing change and I feel great with this new style. How does photosynthesis work? Photosynthesis is the process by which plants convert sunlight, water, and carbon dioxide into glucose and oxygen. How can I start a daily exercise routine? You can choose an activity you enjoy and set aside a specific time each day. How could I learn to cook gourmet meals? You could take cooking classes and experiment with new recipes. How difficult is it to learn to play the violin? Learning to play the violin can be quite difficult due to the complexity of the instrument. How about trying that new Italian restaurant? I'm up for it. Let's give it a try and see how the food is. How will you approach the upcoming exam? I'll review my notes and practice solving sample questions. How long have you known each other? We've been friends for over a decade. How come you didn't finish the project on time? There were unexpected complications that delayed the process. How was your first day at the new job? It went really well. My colleagues were welcoming and I learned a lot. How can I get over my fear of public speaking? You can practice and gradually expose yourself to speaking in front of small groups. How fast do commercial jets usually fly? Commercial jets typically fly at cruising speeds of around 500 to 600 miles per hour. How did you know that today is my birthday? I saw it on social media and thought of surprising you. How did you discover your passion for photography? I experimented with photography during a trip and found it incredibly fulfilling. How do you manage stress during busy times? I practice mindfulness techniques and take short breaks to relax. How tall is the tallest building in your city? The tallest building in my city is about 541 meters tall. How quickly do plants grow in the spring? Plants can grow quite rapidly in the spring, often visibly changing within a week. How do you like your new apartment? I really like it. It's spacious and the location is convenient. How about taking a cooking class together? That sounds fun. Learning to cook a new dish would be a great experience. How come you changed your mind about the trip? After considering the costs, I thought it might be better to save the money. How can I become a better listener? You can practice active listening and avoid interrupting others. How was the concert last night? It was amazing. The band played all their hits and the crowd was amazing. How much time do you spend on your hobbies? I usually dedicate about 2 hours a day to my hobbies. How big is the challenge of reducing plastic waste globally? The challenge of reducing plastic waste globally is immense and requires collective efforts. How come you're so skilled at playing chess? I've been playing since I was a child and practiced a lot. How did you know that I was interested in painting? I saw you admiring paintings at the art gallery last week. How long does it take to learn a new instrument? It varies, but on average, it might take a few months to a year. How long can you store leftovers in the refrigerator? Leftovers can generally be stored safely in the refrigerator for 3 to 4 days. How did you come up with that creative idea? I brainstormed with a team and drew inspiration from various sources. How do you apply for a job? Prepare a resume, write a cover letter, and submit them to potential employers. How come you're not attending the party? I have a prior commitment that evening. How different is the culture in the city compared to the countryside? The culture in the city and countryside can be very different due to various factors. How does a seismometer measure earthquakes? Seismometers detect and record ground movements caused by seismic waves during an earthquake, providing data for analysis. How could I improve my public speaking skills? You could practice regularly and join a speaking club. How about watching a movie tonight? Sure, that sounds like a relaxing way to spend the evening. How do you like the book you're reading? I'm enjoying it. The plot is engaging and the characters are well developed. How did you know that I needed help with my homework? You seemed a bit overwhelmed, so I thought I'd offer assistance. How much time do you spend on social media each day? On average, I spend about 1 to 2 hours on social media. How long does it take to get to your workplace? It takes me about 30 minutes to commute to work. How much paint is required for the entire room? Approximately 2 gallons of paint should be enough. How do you stay organized with your work and personal tasks? I use a digital planner and prioritize tasks based on deadlines. How do you make a paper airplane that flies far? Use a design that features a pointed nose, straight body, and wings that angle slightly upward. Fold and adjust carefully for best results. How did you know that I was looking for a job? You mentioned it in passing during our last conversation. How does a compass work? A compass needle aligns with the Earth's magnetic field, pointing toward the magnetic North Pole, which helps determine direction. How much money should I save each month? It's a good idea to save around 20% of your income. How quickly can you solve a Rubik's Cube? I can solve a Rubik's Cube in about 10 minutes. How long is the flight from New York to London? The flight from New York to London takes approximately 7 to 8 hours. How is she adjusting to life in the new city. She's settling in nicely and exploring her new surroundings. How does gravity work? Gravity is a force that pulls objects with mass towards each other. The strength of the force depends on the masses and the distance between them. How strange is it to have two people with the same birthday in a small group? It's statistically strange, but it does happen more often than we might think. How easy is it to set up a wireless printer? Setting up a wireless printer has become much easier with improved technology. How is he handling the recent changes in his life? He's adapting well and maintaining a positive attitude. How slow does traffic move during rush hour? Traffic during rush hour can move very slowly due to congestion. How did you know that I was feeling down today? I could tell from your tone of voice when we spoke earlier. How did you handle the unexpected challenges during the project? We adapted by reassessing our approach and seeking input from team members. How big is the impact of climate change on polar ice caps? The impact of climate change on polar ice caps is significant and concerning. How does the human digestive system work? The digestive system processes food by breaking it down with enzymes and acids, absorbing nutrients in the small intestine, and eliminating waste. How different are the tastes of the two dishes you ordered? The tastes of the two dishes are very different. One is spicy and the other is sweet. How does a stethoscope work? A stethoscope transmits sound waves from the chest to the listener's ears, allowing them to hear internal body sounds like the heartbeat. How much sugar is in that soft drink? The soft drink contains approximately 39 grams of sugar. How did you learn to play the guitar so well? I took lessons for a few years and practiced regularly. How much money should you save for emergencies? Financial experts recommend having 3 to 6 months' worth of living expenses saved. How long does it take to bake a cake? Baking a cake usually takes around 30 to 45 minutes in the oven. How did you manage to finish reading that book so quickly? I set aside dedicated time each day to read and got engrossed in the story. How heavy is the dumbbell you're lifting? I'm lifting a dumbbell that weighs 20 pounds. How do you stay focused while working on a challenging project? I break the project into smaller tasks and maintain a structured schedule. How about joining the fitness class at the gym? I've been thinking about it. Maybe I'll give it a shot and see if I like it. How are your studies going? They're going well. I've been keeping up with my assignments. How do you make popcorn? Heat kernels in a pot with oil until they pop, then season with salt or other flavors. How is he recovering after the surgery? His recovery is going smoothly and he's following the doctor's advice. How is she balancing her family and work commitments? She's managing both aspects admirably, but it can be challenging at times. How do you tie a tie? Start with the wide end of the tie on your right, the narrow end on your left. Cross the wide end over the narrow end, then tuck it behind and through the loop. Pull tight and adjust. Resilience. Resilience. Meaning, the ability to recover and bounce back from challenges. The ability to recover and bounce back from challenges. Despite facing numerous setbacks, her resilience allowed her to achieve her goals. Despite facing numerous setbacks, her resilience allowed her to achieve her goals. Perseverance. Perseverance. Meaning, steady persistence in pursuing a goal despite difficulties or obstacles. Steady persistence in pursuing a goal despite difficulties or obstacles. His perseverance led him to overcome his physical limitations and become a successful athlete. His perseverance led him to overcome his physical limitations and become a successful athlete. Determination. Determination. Meaning, firmness of purpose and the resolve to achieve something. Firmness of purpose and the resolve to achieve something. With unwavering determination, she pursued her dream of starting her own business. With unwavering determination, she pursued her dream of starting her own business. Ambition. Ambition. Meaning, strong desire or determination to achieve success or reach a particular goal. Strong desire and determination to achieve success or reach a particular goal. His ambition to become a world-class musician fueled his rigorous practice routine. His ambition to become a world-class musician fueled his rigorous practice routine. Tenacity. Tenacity. Meaning, holding fast to something, persistence and determination. Holding fast to something, persistence and determination. Her tenacity in the face of challenges made her a role model for her peers. Her tenacity in the face of challenges made her a role model for her peers. Optimism. Optimism. Meaning, a hopeful and positive outlook on life and future outcomes. A hopeful and positive outlook on life and future outcomes. Despite the difficulties, his optimism kept him motivated to keep moving forward. Despite the difficulties, his optimism kept him motivated to keep moving forward. Inspiration. Inspiration. Meaning, a source of motivation or creative influence. A source of motivation or creative influence. The breathtaking view from the mountaintop served as an inspiration for his paintings. The breathtaking view from the mountaintop served as an inspiration for his paintings. Resolute. Resolute. Meaning, admirably determined and unwavering in one's beliefs or actions. Admirably determined and unwavering in one's beliefs or actions. Her resolute commitment to social justice made her a formidable advocate. Her resolute commitment to social justice made her a formidable advocate. Energetic. Energetic. Meaning, full of enthusiasm and vigour. Full of enthusiasm and vigour. The energetic speaker captivated the audience with her dynamic presentation. The energetic speaker captivated the audience with her dynamic presentation. Enthusiasm. Enthusiasm. Meaning, intense excitement and interest in something. Intense excitement and interest in something. The team's enthusiasm for the project was contagious and boosted overall morale. The team's enthusiasm for the project was contagious and boosted overall morale. Passion. Passion. Meaning, a strong and intense emotion or enthusiasm for something. A strong and intense emotion or enthusiasm for something. Her passion for environmental conservation drove her to start a local recycling course. Her passion for environmental conservation drove her to start a local recycling course. Zeal. Zeal. Meaning, great energy or enthusiasm in pursuit of a cause or an objective. Great energy or enthusiasm in pursuit of a cause or an objective. His zeal for learning led him to excel in his studies and explore various subjects. His zeal for learning led him to excel in his studies and explore various subjects. Drive. Drive. Meaning, strong motivation and determination to achieve a particular outcome. Strong motivation and determination to achieve a particular outcome. The entrepreneur's relentless drive played a key role in the growth of his business. The entrepreneur's relentless drive played a key role in the growth of his business. Grit. Grit. Meaning, a combination of courage, resolve, and perseverance in the face of challenges. A combination of courage, resolve, and perseverance in the face of challenges. The marathon runner's grit helped him push through exhaustion and complete the race. The marathon runner's grit helped him push through exhaustion and complete the race. Momentum. Momentum. Meaning, the force that keeps something moving or progressing forward. The force that keeps something moving or progressing forward. The successful product launch gave the company the momentum it needed to expand. The successful product launch gave the company the momentum it needed to expand. Triumph, triumph, meaning a significant achievement or victory. A significant achievement or victory. The team's hard work resulted in a triumph that was celebrated by everyone. The team's hard work resulted in a triumph that was celebrated by everyone. Accomplishment, accomplishment, meaning successful completion of a task or goal. Successful completion of a task or goal. Graduating with honours was a major accomplishment for her after years of dedication. Graduating with honours was a major accomplishment for her after years of dedication. Empathy, empathy, meaning the ability to understand and share the feelings of others. The ability to understand and share the feelings of others. Her empathy towards her colleagues created a supportive and positive work environment. Her empathy towards her colleagues created a supportive and positive work environment. Uplift, uplift, meaning to raise spirits, inspire and improve morale. To raise spirits, inspire and improve morale. His words of encouragement never failed to uplift those around him. His words of encouragement never failed to uplift those around him. Encourage, encourage, meaning to give support, confidence, and motivation to someone. To give support, confidence, and motivation to someone. She always took the time to encourage her students to believe in their abilities. She always took the time to encourage her students to believe in their abilities. Mentor, mentor, meaning a trusted advisor or guide who provides support and knowledge. A trusted advisor or guide who provides support and knowledge. His mentor's guidance played a crucial role in shaping his career path. His mentor's guidance played a crucial role in shaping his career path. Fulfillment, fulfillment, meaning a deep sense of satisfaction and contentment from achieving a goal. A deep sense of satisfaction and contentment from achieving a goal. Volunteering at the shelter gave her a sense of fulfillment and purpose. Volunteering at the shelter gave her a sense of fulfillment and purpose. Empower, empower, meaning to give someone the tools, confidence, and authority to take control of their life. To give someone the tools, confidence, and authority to take control of their life. The course aimed to empower young entrepreneurs to turn their ideas into reality. The course aimed to empower young entrepreneurs to turn their ideas into reality. Courage, courage, meaning the ability to confront fear, pain, danger, or uncertainty with bravery. The ability to confront fear, pain, danger, or uncertainty with bravery. His courage to speak out against injustice inspired others to do the same. His courage to speak out against injustice inspired others to do the same. Vitality, vitality, meaning liveliness and energy that contribute to a sense of well-being. Liveliness and energy that contribute to a sense of well-being. Regular exercise and a healthy diet are essential for maintaining vitality. Regular exercise and a healthy diet are essential for maintaining vitality. Invigorate, invigorate, meaning to energize and revitalize with a fresh burst of enthusiasm. To energize and revitalize with a fresh burst of enthusiasm. The team-building activities were designed to invigorate employees and foster collaboration. The team-building activities were designed to invigorate employees and foster collaboration. Exuberance, exuberance, meaning unrestrained enthusiasm and joyous energy. Unrestrained enthusiasm and joyous energy. The children's exuberance at the playground was a delight to watch. The children's exuberance at the playground was a delight to watch. Serenity, serenity, meaning a state of calmness, tranquility, and inner peace. A state of calmness, tranquility, and inner peace. The meditation retreat provided a sense of serenity in the midst of a hectic life. The meditation retreat provided a sense of serenity in the midst of a hectic life. Transform, transform, meaning to make a significant change or alteration, often for the better. To make a significant change or alteration, often for the better. Her dedication to self-improvement helped her transform from a shy introvert to a confident speaker. Her dedication to self-improvement helped her transform from a shy introvert to a confident speaker. Pursue, pursue, meaning to actively strive for and work towards a goal or aspiration. To actively strive for and work towards a goal or aspiration. He decided to pursue his dream of becoming a professional photographer. He decided to pursue his dream of becoming a professional photographer. Envision, envision, meaning to imagine or visualize a future goal or outcome. To imagine or visualize a future goal or outcome. She could envision a world where equality and justice were the norm. She could envision a world where equality and justice were the norm. Conquer, conquer, meaning to overcome a challenge or difficulty with determination and success. To overcome a challenge or difficulty with determination and success. Through hard work and perseverance, she was able to conquer her fear of public speaking. Through hard work and perseverance, she was able to conquer her fear of public speaking. Radiance, radiance, meaning a glowing quality that reflects inner happiness and positivity. A glowing quality that reflects inner happiness and positivity. Her radiance brightened up the room and lifted everyone's mood. Her radiance brightened up the room and lifted everyone's mood. Renewal, renewal, meaning the act of refreshing or reviving something, often with a positive outcome. The act of refreshing or reviving something, often with a positive outcome. The vacation provided a much needed renewal of her spirits and creativity. The vacation provided a much needed renewal of her spirits and creativity. Empowerment, empowerment, meaning the process of gaining control over one's life and decisions. The process of gaining control over one's life and decisions. The empowerment workshop helped individuals build self-confidence and assertiveness. The empowerment workshop helped individuals build self-confidence and assertiveness. Gratitude, gratitude, meaning a feeling of thankfulness and appreciation for what one has. A feeling of thankfulness and appreciation for what one has. She expressed her gratitude to her mentors for their guidance and support. She expressed her gratitude to her mentors for their guidance and support. Overcome, overcome, meaning to successfully deal with or defeat a challenge or obstacle. To successfully deal with or defeat a challenge or obstacle. With determination, she was able to overcome the adversity she faced. With determination, she was able to overcome the adversity she faced. Unyielding, unyielding, meaning stubbornly determined and unwavering in one's actions. Stubbornly determined and unwavering in one's actions. Her unyielding commitment to justice earned her the respect of her peers. Her unyielding commitment to justice earned her the respect of her peers. Rejuvenate, rejuvenate, meaning to refresh and revitalize, often after a period of stress or exhaustion. To refresh and revitalize, often after a period of stress or exhaustion. The spa retreat provided a chance to rejuvenate both body and mind. The spa retreat provided a chance to rejuvenate both body and mind. Courageous, courageous, meaning showing bravery and determination in the face of challenges or adversity. Showing bravery and determination in the face of challenges or adversity. The firefighters' courageous actions saved lives during the intense blaze. The firefighters' courageous actions saved lives during the intense blaze. Extend, extend. We plan to extend the kitchen by 6 feet. We plan to extend the kitchen by 6 feet. Exhale, exhale. Hold your breath for 5 seconds, then exhale slowly. Hold your breath for 5 seconds, then exhale slowly. Expand, expand. The company is trying to expand its customer base. The company is trying to expand its customer base. Expect, expect. I always expect total honesty from my employees. I always expect total honesty from my employees. Exactly, exactly. It's exactly the way I thought it would be. It's exactly the way I thought it would be. Exercise, exercise. The doctor advised David to avoid strenuous exercise. The doctor advised David to avoid strenuous exercise. Experience, experience. The experience has completely ruined her life. The experience has completely ruined her life. Explain, explain. It was difficult to explain the problem to beginners. It was difficult to explain the problem to beginners. Explore, explore. We decided to explore the surrounding countryside. We decided to explore the surrounding countryside. Exterior, exterior. The exterior of the building is very unattractive. The exterior of the building is very unattractive. Transfer, transfer. How can I transfer money from my bank account to his? How can I transfer money from my bank account to his? Translate, translate. I don't speak Italian. Can you translate for me? I don't speak Italian. Can you translate for me? Transport, transport. The snow had disrupted the city's transport system. The snow had disrupted the city's transport system. Transform, transform. It was an event that would transform my life. It was an event that would transform my life. Transition, transition. The transition from school to work can be difficult. The transition from school to work can be difficult. Transplant, transplant. He was recovering from a heart transplant operation. He was recovering from a heart transplant operation. Transaction, transaction. All the details of the transaction are on file. All the details of the transaction are on file. Transit, transit. Many of the goods were damaged in transit. Many of the goods were damaged in transit. Transparent, transparent. The water is so transparent that we can see the fish swimming. The water is so transparent that we can see the fish swimming. Transformation, transformation. There was a noticeable transformation in his appearance. There was a noticeable transformation in his appearance. Dishonest, dishonest. He deserves all he gets for being so dishonest. He deserves all he gets for being so dishonest. Disappear, disappear. They watched the bus disappear into the distance. They watched the bus disappear into the distance. Disobey, disobey. Those who disobey will be severely punished. Those who disobey will be severely punished. Distrust, distrust. I don't have any particular reason to distrust them. I don't have any particular reason to distrust them. Disrespect, disrespect. I don't think he intended her any disrespect. I don't think he intended her any disrespect. Disagree, disagree. I'm not in the mood to disagree with you. I'm not in the mood to disagree with you. Disgrace, disgrace. Her behaviour has brought disgrace to her family. Her behaviour has brought disgrace to her family. Discomfort, discomfort. The wound isn't serious but may cause some discomfort. The wound isn't serious but may cause some discomfort. Disbelieve, disbelieve. There is no reason to disbelieve him. There is no reason to disbelieve him. Discuss, discuss. I don't have anything special to discuss. I don't have anything special to discuss. Unlikely, unlikely. I think it's highly unlikely that I'll get the job. I think it's highly unlikely that I'll get the job. unpopular, unpopular. His attitude made him very unpopular with colleagues. His attitude made him very unpopular with colleagues. Untrue, untrue. It's untrue to say that the situation has not changed. It's untrue to say that the situation has not changed. Untidy, untidy. I felt embarrassed about how untidy the house was. I felt embarrassed about how untidy the house was. Uncertain, uncertain. They are uncertain about what to do next. They are uncertain about what to do next. Unable, unable. They were unable to gain admittance to the hall. They were unable to gain admittance to the hall. Unpack, unpack. I haven't had a chance to unpack yet. I haven't had a chance to unpack yet. Unsafe, unsafe. The ice on that pond is unsafe for skating. The ice on that pond is unsafe for skating. Unexpected, unexpected. The investigation yielded some unexpected results. The investigation yielded some unexpected results. Unusual, unusual. I received the most unusual present from my aunt. I received the most unusual present from my aunt. Interact, interact. It's interesting at parties to see how people interact socially. It's interesting at parties to see how people interact socially. Interfere, interfere. It's their problem and I'm not going to interfere. It's their problem and I'm not going to interfere. Interlock, interlock. Can you interlock your fingers behind your back? Can you interlock your fingers behind your back? International, international. The company has gained international prestige. The company has gained international prestige. Intersect, intersect. The roads intersect near the bridge. The roads intersect near the bridge. Interval, interval. He left the room, returning after a short interval with a message. He left the room, returning after a short interval with a message. Intersperse, intersperse. I would like to intersperse the lawn with red and yellow flowers. I would like to intersperse the lawn with red and yellow flowers. Interview, interview. I've got an interview tomorrow and I'm dreading it. I've got an interview tomorrow and I'm dreading it. interim, interim. He only holds the job on an interim basis. He only holds the job on an interim basis. Interesting, interesting. It is interesting to compare their situation with ours. It is interesting to compare their situation with ours. Underpaid, underpaid. The maintenance staff are grossly underpaid. The maintenance staff are grossly underpaid. Understand, understand. I don't understand what you're trying to say. I don't understand what you're trying to say. Undertake, undertake. Students are required to undertake simple experiments. Students are required to undertake simple experiments. Underground, underground. The oil is pumped up from a deep underground reservoir. The oil is pumped up from a deep underground reservoir. Underestimate, underestimate. You shouldn't underestimate his abilities. You shouldn't underestimate his abilities. Underweight, underweight. You are only slightly underweight for your height. You are only slightly underweight for your height. Underneath, underneath. The tunnel goes right underneath the city. The tunnel goes right underneath the city. Undercooked, undercooked. People can become ill after eating raw or undercooked meat. People can become ill after eating raw or undercooked meat. Undervalue, undervalue. Cherish your own emotions and never undervalue them. Cherish your own emotions and never undervalue them. Underwear, underwear. She packed a fresh set of underwear and her toothbrush. She packed a fresh set of underwear and her toothbrush. Mistake, mistake. I made the mistake of giving him my address. I made the mistake of giving him my address. Misfortune, misfortune. She suffered a good deal of misfortune over the years. She suffered a good deal of misfortune over the years. Misjudge, misjudge. It's easy to misjudge the speed of a car that's heading in your direction. It's easy to misjudge the speed of a car that's heading in your direction. Misplace, misplace. I often misplace something that I always need. I often misplace something that I always need. Mislead, mislead. Don't let his friendly manner mislead you into trusting him. Don't let his friendly manner mislead you into trusting him. Misuse, misuse. He was eventually convicted for the misuse of official funds. He was eventually convicted for the misuse of official funds. Misbehave, misbehave. Kids often misbehave when they are bored or tired. Kids often misbehave when they are bored or tired. Misinform, misinform. Don't misinform your doctor or your lawyer. Don't misinform your doctor or your lawyer. Mishap, mishap. I had a slight mishap with one of the glasses. I had a slight mishap with one of the glasses. Misspell, misspell. Keep a list of words that you often misspell. Keep a list of words that you often misspell. Rewrite, rewrite. You'll have to rewrite this paper. It's just not good enough. You'll have to rewrite this paper. It's just not good enough. Rearrange, rearrange. Let's rearrange the match for next Saturday. Let's rearrange the match for next Saturday. Reassemble, reassemble. We shall reassemble in the car park in 30 minutes. We shall reassemble in the car park in 30 minutes. Rebuild, rebuild. They want to knock the house down and rebuild it. They want to knock the house down and rebuild it. Rediscover, rediscover. Your love has helped me rediscover myself. Your love has helped me rediscover myself. Resell, resell. Companies are trying to resell old products to us. Companies are trying to resell old products to us. Readjust, readjust. In the end, you have to readjust your expectations. In the end, you have to readjust your expectations. Reiterate, reiterate. Let me reiterate the most important points. Let me reiterate the most important points. Recount, recount. She wanted a recount. She couldn't believe that I got more votes than her. She wanted a recount. She couldn't believe that I got more votes than her. Recover, recover. Yesterday morning, shares seemed to recover from Monday's collapse. Yesterday morning, shares seemed to recover from Monday's collapse. Proceed, proceed. We must proceed with extreme caution. We must proceed with extreme caution. Produce, produce. Which method is likely to produce the best results? Which method is likely to produce the best results? Project, project. The project is no longer commercially viable. The project is no longer commercially viable. Prospect, prospect. I see no prospect of things improving here. I see no prospect of things improving here. Promote, promote. She's in London to promote her new book. She's in London to promote her new book. Process, process. We're in the process of selling our house. We're in the process of selling our house. Prohibit, prohibit. The government decided to prohibit the import of toxic waste. The government decided to prohibit the import of toxic waste. Prominent, prominent. He played a prominent part in the campaign. He played a prominent part in the campaign. Propose, propose. Exactly how do you propose to achieve this? Exactly how do you propose to achieve this? Protocol, protocol. We must observe the correct protocol. We must observe the correct protocol. Midway, midway. The hotel is situated midway between the two train stations. The hotel is situated midway between the two train stations. Midsummer, midsummer. In midsummer, every town is extremely crowded. In midsummer, every town is extremely crowded. Midfielder, midfielder. The 18-year-old midfielder is in line for his debut. The 18-year-old midfielder is in line for his debut. Midweek, midweek. There are often discounts available for midweek travel. There are often discounts available for midweek travel. Midwife, midwife. David's girlfriend is a midwife. David's girlfriend is a midwife. Midlife, midlife. I went through my midlife crisis about 4 or 5 years ago when I was 40. I went through my midlife crisis about 4 or 5 years ago when I was 40. Midday, midday. We usually have a simple meal at midday. We usually have a simple meal at midday. Midnight, midnight. When they finally arrived, it was well past midnight. When they finally arrived, it was well past midnight. Mid-morning, Mid-morning. By mid-morning, the park was already lively with families. By mid-morning, the park was already lively with families. Midriff. Midriff. She wore a short t-shirt that revealed her midriff. She wore a short t-shirt that revealed her midriff. Acceptable. Acceptable. Air pollution has risen above an acceptable level. Air pollution has risen above an acceptable level. Enjoyable. Enjoyable. The whole holiday was really enjoyable from start to finish. The whole holiday was really enjoyable from start to finish. Valuable. Valuable. Their most valuable belongings were locked in a safe in the bedroom. Their most valuable belongings were locked in a safe in the bedroom. Reliable. Reliable. Our information comes from a reliable source. Our information comes from a reliable source. Breakable. Breakable. I have something breakable in this bag. What should I do? I have something breakable in this bag. What should I do? Predictable. Predictable. The ending to the film was just so predictable. The ending to the film was just so predictable. Avoidable. Avoidable. A number of illnesses are entirely avoidable. A number of illnesses are entirely avoidable. Reasonable. Reasonable. I think your demand for higher wages is perfectly reasonable. I think your demand for higher wages is perfectly reasonable. Comfortable. Comfortable. These new shoes are not very comfortable. These new shoes are not very comfortable. Capable. Capable. Are you capable of chopping down that tree? Are you capable of chopping down that tree? Helpful. Helpful. Any helpful suggestions would be welcome. Any helpful suggestions would be welcome. Peaceful. Peaceful. The countries are negotiating for a peaceful settlement. The countries are negotiating for a peaceful settlement. Thoughtful. Thoughtful. It was very thoughtful of you to send flowers. It was very thoughtful of you to send flowers. Painful. Painful. My ankle is still too painful to walk on. My ankle is still too painful to walk on. Delightful. Delightful. I found this delightful hotel by the coast. I found this delightful hotel by the coast. Beautiful, beautiful. This town is famous for its beautiful buildings. This town is famous for its beautiful buildings. Wonderful, wonderful. The photos brought back some wonderful memories. The photos brought back some wonderful memories. Wasteful, wasteful. It's wasteful the way you throw so much food away. It's wasteful the way you throw so much food away. Truthful, truthful. Are you being completely truthful with me? Are you being completely truthful with me? Successful, successful. I sincerely hope that you will be successful. I sincerely hope that you will be successful. Achievement, achievement. It's a remarkable achievement for the company. It's a remarkable achievement for the company. Environment, environment. We have a moral obligation to protect the environment. We have a moral obligation to protect the environment. Agreement, agreement. Many people in the audience nodded in agreement. Many people in the audience nodded in agreement. Equipment, equipment. The money will be used to repair faulty equipment. The money will be used to repair faulty equipment. Investment, investment. In my opinion, it's a very sound investment. In my opinion, it's a very sound investment. Movement, movement. Movement can be painful when you've hurt your back. Movement can be painful when you've hurt your back. Adjustment, adjustment. The company made an adjustment to my salary. The company made an adjustment to my salary. Entertainment, entertainment. The hotel is famous for its entertainment. The hotel is famous for its entertainment. Excitement, excitement. The baby's first step caused great excitement in the family. The baby's first step caused great excitement in the family. Treatment, treatment. The treatment has some unfortunate side effects. The treatment has some unfortunate side effects. Injection, injection. The nurse is coming to give you an injection. The nurse is coming to give you an injection. Action, action. The rules will be brought into action tomorrow. The rules will be brought into action tomorrow. Decoration. Decoration. The decoration on the cake was a work of art. The decoration on the cake was a work of art. Hesitation. Hesitation. She answered immediately without any hesitation. She answered immediately without any hesitation. Creation. Creation. This 25-foot high sculpture is her latest creation. This 25-foot high sculpture is her latest creation. Selection. Selection. The menu includes a wide selection of vegetarian dishes. The menu includes a wide selection of vegetarian dishes. Invention. Invention. This new invention has enormous sales potential. This new invention has enormous sales potential. Competition. Competition. He was on cloud 9 after winning the competition. He was on cloud 9 after winning the competition. Decision. Decision. Your opinion will not affect my decision. Your opinion will not affect my decision. Question. Question. Do you have time to answer a question? Do you have time to answer a question? Vintage. Vintage. Ben's hobby is restoring vintage motorcycles. Ben's hobby is restoring vintage motorcycles. Advantage. Advantage. Is there any advantage to getting there early? Is there any advantage to getting there early? Damage. Damage. The storm caused serious damage to the house. The storm caused serious damage to the house. Language. Language. What's the best way to learn a language? What's the best way to learn a language? Marriage. Marriage. You look great. Marriage obviously agrees with you. You look great. Marriage obviously agrees with you. Package. Package. The package had been badly crushed in the post. The package had been badly crushed in the post. Storage. Storage. They moved to a house with lots of storage space. They moved to a house with lots of storage space. Drainage. Drainage. These plants need a sunny spot with good drainage. These plants need a sunny spot with good drainage. Encourage. Encourage. These questions are designed to encourage debate. These questions are designed to encourage debate. Average, average. An average potato has about 90 calories. An average potato has about 90 calories. Friendship, friendship. Take this gift as a pledge of our friendship. Take this gift as a pledge of our friendship. Worship, worship. They bowed their heads in worship. They bowed their heads in worship. Partnership, partnership. I've been in partnership with her for 5 years. I've been in partnership with her for 5 years. Membership, membership. The health club charges an annual membership fee. The health club charges an annual membership fee. Relationship, relationship. I have quite a good relationship with my parents. I have quite a good relationship with my parents. Leadership, leadership. He was praised for his firm leadership. He was praised for his firm leadership. Ownership, ownership. The restaurant is under new ownership. The restaurant is under new ownership. Championship, championship. Winning the championship is a great personal triumph. Winning the championship is a great personal triumph. Sponsorship, sponsorship. The festival is dependent on sponsorship for its success. The festival is dependent on sponsorship for its success. Internship, internship. Jane has a summer internship at a local TV station. Jane has a summer internship at a local TV station. Assistant, assistant. I'll ask my personal assistant to deal with this. I'll ask my personal assistant to deal with this. Resistant, resistant. Some people are very resistant to the idea of exercise. Some people are very resistant to the idea of exercise. Consultant, consultant. She works as a consultant for a design company. She works as a consultant for a design company. Elegant, elegant. I like my clothes to be simple but elegant. I like my clothes to be simple but elegant. Pleasant, pleasant. We spent a very pleasant evening by the beach. We spent a very pleasant evening by the beach. Tolerant, tolerant. They need to be tolerant of different points of view. They need to be tolerant of different points of view. Contestant, contestant. One contestant stood head and shoulders above the rest. One contestant stood head and shoulders above the rest. Reluctant, reluctant. She was very reluctant to admit the truth. She was very reluctant to admit the truth. Significant, significant. Share prices showed significant advances today. Share prices showed significant advances today. Applicant, applicant. He was the 100th applicant for the job. He was the 100th applicant for the job. Dangerous, dangerous. You shouldn't fool around with dangerous chemicals. You shouldn't fool around with dangerous chemicals. Continuous, continuous. My computer makes a continuous buzzing noise. My computer makes a continuous buzzing noise. Anxious, anxious. Lucy is very anxious about her mother's health. Lucy is very anxious about her mother's health. Enormous, enormous. She has an enormous capacity for hard work. She has an enormous capacity for hard work. Delicious, delicious. Delicious smells were emanating from the kitchen. Delicious smells were emanating from the kitchen. Obvious, obvious. It's obvious from what she said that something is wrong. It's obvious from what she said that something is wrong. Previous, previous. I've met him before on 2 previous occasions. I've met him before on 2 previous occasions. Famous, famous. Many famous people have stayed in this hotel. Many famous people have stayed in this hotel. Various, various. The carpet is available in various colours. The carpet is available in various colours. Serious, serious. The traffic causes serious disturbances to residents. The traffic causes serious disturbances to residents. Insurance, insurance. We called the insurance company to report the theft. We called the insurance company to report the theft. Performance, performance. The performance improved as their confidence grew. The performance improved as their confidence grew. Appearance, appearance. He's very insecure about his appearance. He's very insecure about his appearance. Distance, distance. We could hear thunder rumbling in the distance. We could hear thunder rumbling in the distance. Instance, instance. In this instance, I think she was mistaken. In this instance, I think she was mistaken. Finance, finance. People who work in banks know something about finance. People who work in banks know something about finance. Balance, balance. I lost my balance and fell on my face. I lost my balance and fell on my face. Elegance, elegance. Everyone admired her elegance and her beauty. Everyone admired her elegance and her beauty. Guidance, guidance. Under his father's guidance, he learned how to swim. Under his father's guidance, he learned how to swim. Fragrance, fragrance. The flowers gave off a sweet fragrance. The flowers gave off a sweet fragrance. Fitness, fitness. They're doing exercises to improve their fitness. They're doing exercises to improve their fitness. Illness, illness. A mysterious illness is affecting all the animals. A mysterious illness is affecting all the animals. Weakness, weakness. He thought that crying was a sign of weakness. He thought that crying was a sign of weakness. Awareness, awareness. Environmental awareness has increased over the years. Environmental awareness has increased over the years. Witness, witness. She was a witness to the incident. She was a witness to the incident. Darkness, darkness. A figure appeared out of the darkness. A figure appeared out of the darkness. Happiness, happiness. Money doesn't always bring happiness. Money doesn't always bring happiness. Brightness, brightness. A sudden explosion of brightness lit up the whole sky. A sudden explosion of brightness lit up the whole sky. Sadness, sadness. What's the reason for his sadness? What's the reason for his sadness? Kindness, kindness. I can't thank you enough for your kindness. I can't thank you enough for your kindness. Useless, useless. I am pretty useless at everything except music. I am pretty useless at everything except music. Endless, endless. We don't have an endless supply of money. We don't have an endless supply of money. Harmless, harmless. It's just a bit of harmless fun. It's just a bit of harmless fun. Spotless, spotless. Every morning, cleaners make sure everything is spotless. Every morning, cleaners make sure everything is spotless. Mindless, mindless. David was watching something mindless on television. David was watching something mindless on television. Helpless, helpless. He began to feel depressed and helpless. He began to feel depressed and helpless. Meaningless, meaningless. To me, that painting is completely meaningless. To me, that painting is completely meaningless. Fearless, fearless. She was fearless and full of energy. She was fearless and full of energy. Homeless, homeless. He found himself homeless after his marriage broke up. He found himself homeless after his marriage broke up. Emotionless, emotionless. He stood emotionless as he heard the news. He stood emotionless as he heard the news. Duplicate, duplicate. The manager asks the secretary to duplicate the document. The manager asks the secretary to duplicate the document. Estimate, estimate. Can you estimate how long it is? Can you estimate how long it is? Desperate, desperate. The company is in desperate trouble financially. The company is in desperate trouble financially. Fortunate, fortunate. I've been fortunate to find a career that I love. I've been fortunate to find a career that I love. Concentrate, concentrate. I can't concentrate when I'm hungry. I can't concentrate when I'm hungry. Appreciate, appreciate. I'd appreciate it if you could call me tonight. I'd appreciate it if you could call me tonight. Operate, operate. This machine is too difficult to operate. This machine is too difficult to operate. Collaborate, collaborate. The two men met and agreed to collaborate. The two men met and agreed to collaborate. delicate, delicate. Please don't joke about such a delicate subject. Please don't joke about such a delicate subject. Evaluate, evaluate. You should be able to evaluate your own work. You should be able to evaluate your own work. Approval, approval. The audience showed its approval by cheering loudly. The audience showed its approval by cheering loudly. Removal, removal. Don't worry. The removal men will pack everything up. Don't worry. The removal men will pack everything up. Personal, personal. She refused to answer questions about her personal finances. She refused to answer questions about her personal finances. Natural, natural. It's an area of outstanding natural beauty. It's an area of outstanding natural beauty. Internal, internal. The company encourages internal promotion. The company encourages internal promotion. Physical, physical. Running marathons requires a high level of physical fitness. Running marathons requires a high level of physical fitness. Musical, musical. What do you think of this new musical group? What do you think of this new musical group? Typical, typical. This painting is typical of his early work. This painting is typical of his early work. Exceptional, exceptional. We've enjoyed an exceptional run of fine weather recently. We've enjoyed an exceptional run of fine weather recently. Promotional, promotional. More details are given in our promotional leaflet. More details are given in our promotional leaflet. Quickly, quickly. How did you get here so quickly? How did you get here so quickly? Slowly, slowly. The students are slowly gaining confidence. The students are slowly gaining confidence. Lovely, lovely. We thanked our hosts for the lovely evening. We thanked our hosts for the lovely evening. Easily, easily. The knife easily cut into the cake. The knife easily cut into the cake. Loudly, loudly. He banged his fist loudly on the table. He banged his fist loudly on the table. Simply, simply. He made me an offer I simply couldn't refuse. He made me an offer I simply couldn't refuse. Neatly, neatly. The plates were neatly stacked on the draining board. The plates were neatly stacked on the draining board. Definitely, definitely. The hotel fitness centre is definitely worth a visit. The hotel fitness centre is definitely worth a visit. Absolutely, absolutely. I was absolutely staggered when I saw the bill. I was absolutely staggered when I saw the bill. Probably, probably. I'll probably be home by midnight. I'll probably be home by midnight. Terrible, terrible. I had a terrible dream last night. I had a terrible dream last night. Possible, possible. This wouldn't have been possible without you. This wouldn't have been possible without you. Impossible, impossible. It's impossible to get along with him. It's impossible to get along with him. Flexible, flexible. We can be flexible about your starting date. We can be flexible about your starting date. Visible, visible. The hills were barely visible through the mist. The hills were barely visible through the mist. Responsible, responsible. Parents are responsible for the welfare of their children. Parents are responsible for the welfare of their children. Horrible, horrible. There was a horrible accident here yesterday. There was a horrible accident here yesterday. Credible, credible. I'm not sure that I find her story credible. I'm not sure that I find her story credible. Incredible, incredible. The factory produces an incredible 100 cars per hour. The factory produces an incredible 100 cars per hour. Reversible, reversible. The operation is easily reversible. The operation is easily reversible. Get up, get up. Meaning, rise from bed after sleeping. Rise from bed after sleeping. If you get up early, try not to disturb everyone else. If you get up early, try not to disturb everyone else. Put on, put on. Meaning, to cover part of the body with clothes, shoes, makeup, or something similar. To cover part of the body with clothes, shoes, makeup, or something similar. What dress shall I put on for the meeting? What dress shall I put on for the meeting? Tidy up. Tidy up. Meaning, arrange something in a neat and ordered way. Arrange something in a neat and ordered way. Let's tidy up and make the house a bit more presentable. Let's tidy up and make the house a bit more presentable. Log in. Log in. Meaning, to connect a computer system by putting in a particular set of letters or numbers. To connect to a computer system by putting in a particular set of letters or numbers. In order to log in, you have to type in a special password. In order to log in, you have to type in a special password. Wash up. Wash up. Meaning, to clean the plates, pans, and other things that you have used for cooking and eating. To clean the plates, pans, and other things that you have used for cooking and eating. We didn't wash up the dinner plates until the morning after. We didn't wash up the dinner plates until the morning after. Throw away. Throw away. Meaning, to get rid of something by treating it as garbage. To get rid of something by treating it as garbage. Don't throw away your old shoes. Give them to me. Don't throw away your old shoes. Give them to me. Pick up. Pick up. Meaning, to lift someone or something using your hands. To lift someone or something using your hands. She bent forward to pick up the newspaper. She bent forward to pick up the newspaper. Think over. Think over. Meaning, to consider an idea or plan carefully before making a decision. To consider an idea or plan carefully before making a decision. Think over the matter and then make a decision. Think over the matter and then make a decision. Look through. Look through. Meaning, to read something quickly. To read something quickly. I will look through the catalogue later today. I will look through the catalogue later today. Work out. Work out. Meaning, to exercise in order to improve the strength or appearance of your body. To exercise in order to improve the strength or appearance of your body. I try to work out at the local gym once a week. I try to work out at the local gym once a week. Put away. Put away. Meaning, to put something in the place or container where it is usually kept. To put something in the place or container where it is usually kept. The fruit should be carefully put away in the cupboard. The fruit should be carefully put away in the cupboard. Try out. Try out. Meaning, to use something to discover if it works or if you like it. To use something to discover if it works or if you like it. She is eager to try out her new computer. She is eager to try out her new computer. Chill out. Chill out. Meaning, to relax completely or not allow things to upset you. To relax completely or not allow things to upset you. I like to chill out at the cafe with a book sometimes. I like to chill out at the cafe with a book sometimes. Drop in. Drop in. Meaning, to come for a visit, especially without having received an invitation for a specific time. To come for a visit, especially without having received an invitation for a specific time. I thought I'd drop in on you while I was passing. I thought I'd drop in on you while I was passing. Shop around. Shop around. Meaning, to compare the price and quality of the same or a similar object in different shops before you decide which one to buy. To compare the price and quality of the same or a similar object in different shops before you decide which one to buy. Take time to shop around for the best deal. Take time to shop around for the best deal. Hang up. Hang up. Meaning, to end a phone conversation. To end a phone conversation. Don't you dare hang up on me again. Don't you dare hang up on me again. Cut up. Cut up. Meaning, to cut something into pieces. To cut something into pieces. She cut up the carrots and put them in the pot. She cut up the carrots and put them in the pot. Lie down. Lie down. Meaning, to move into a position in which your body is flat, usually in order to sleep or rest. To move into a position in which your body is flat, usually in order to sleep or rest. Why don't you lie down on the bed for a while? Why don't you lie down on the bed for a while? Stay in. Stay in. Meaning, to stay in your home. To stay in your home. Let's stay in tonight and I'll cook. Let's stay in tonight and I'll cook. Look after. Look after. Meaning, to take care of or be in charge of someone or something. To take care of or be in charge of someone or something. Get a relative to look after the children. Get a relative to look after the children. Turn off. Turn off. Meaning, stop the operation or flow of something by means of a tap, switch, or button. Stop the operation or flow of something by means of a tap, switch, or button. The tap won't turn off and there is water all over the floor. The tap won't turn off and there is water all over the floor. Clean up. Clean up. Meaning, to make a person or place clean and tidy. To make a person or place clean and tidy. After the party, I will have to stay and clean up. After the party, I will have to stay and clean up. Peel off. Peel off. Meaning, remove a thin outer covering or layer. Remove a thin outer covering or layer. Peel off the skins and thickly slice the potatoes. Peel off the skins and thickly slice the potatoes. Get back. Get back. Meaning, to return to a place after you have been somewhere else. To return to a place after you have been somewhere else. If you get back in time, you can come with us. If you get back in time, you can come with us. Find out. Find out. Meaning, discover a fact or piece of information. Discover a fact or piece of information. Mary was unable to find out what had happened. Mary was unable to find out what had happened. Warm up. Warm up. Meaning, to become warmer or to make someone or something warmer. To become warmer or to make someone or something warmer. Let's do some exercises to warm up a bit. Let's do some exercises to warm up a bit. Sweep up. Sweep up. Meaning, remove dirt or litter by sweeping. Remove dirt or litter by sweeping. Did you sweep up all the broken glass? Did you sweep up all the broken glass? Ask around. Ask around. Meaning, talk to different people in order to find out something. Talk to different people in order to find out something. I'll ask around and see if I can find you a place to stay. I'll ask around and see if I can find you a place to stay. Look into. Look into. Meaning, investigate something. Investigate something. I just want to look into that antique shop. I just want to look into that antique shop. Write down. Write down. Meaning, make a note of something in writing. Make a note of something in writing. Let me write down that date before I forget it. Let me write down that date before I forget it. Look forward. Look forward. Meaning, to feel pleased and excited about something that is going to happen. To feel pleased and excited about something that is going to happen. I look forward to meeting you next week. I look forward to meeting you next week. Get away. Get away. Meaning, to leave or escape from a person or place, often when it is difficult to do this. To leave or escape from a person or place, often when it is difficult to do this. She didn't get away until 9 o'clock last night. She didn't get away until 9 o'clock last night. Wait around. Wait around. Meaning, to stay in a place and do nothing while you wait for someone to arrive or something to happen. To stay in a place and do nothing while you wait for someone to arrive or something to happen. Let's wait around and see what happens. Let's wait around and see what happens. Deal with. Deal with. Meaning, to take action in order to achieve something or in order to solve a problem. To take action in order to achieve something or in order to solve a problem. We must deal with the situation before it gets out of hand. We must deal with the situation before it gets out of hand. Wrap up. Wrap up. Meaning, to dress in warm clothes or to dress someone in warm clothes. To dress in warm clothes or to dress someone in warm clothes. Make sure you wrap up in the cold wind. Make sure you wrap up in the cold wind. Set off. Set off. Meaning, begin a journey. Begin a journey. We ate a big breakfast before we set off. We ate a big breakfast before we set off. Keep away. Keep away. Meaning, to not go somewhere or near something or to prevent someone from going somewhere or near something. To not go somewhere or near something or to prevent someone from going somewhere or near something. Keep away from the doors while the train is moving. Keep away from the doors while the train is moving. Splash out. Splash out. Meaning, to spend a lot of money on buying things, especially things that are pleasant to have but that you do not need. To spend a lot of money on buying things, especially things that are pleasant to have but that you do not need. Can you afford to splash out on a new handbag? Can you afford to splash out on a new handbag? Dispose of. Dispose of. Meaning, to get rid of someone or something or deal with something so the matter is finished. To get rid of someone or something or deal with something so that the matter is finished. Please dispose of this wrapper carefully. Please dispose of this wrapper carefully. Shake off. Shake off. Meaning, to get rid of an illness. To get rid of an illness. I hope I can shake off this cold before the weekend. I hope I can shake off this cold before the weekend. Listen up. Listen up. Meaning, listen carefully, pay attention. Listen carefully, pay attention. Okay, everyone, listen up. I have an announcement to make. Okay, everyone, listen up. I have an announcement to make. Talk about. Talk about. Meaning, to say words in order to express one's thoughts, feelings, opinions about something. To say words in order to express one's thoughts, feelings, opinions about something. If you still talk about it, you still care about it. If you still talk about it, you still care about it. Cheer up. Cheer up. Meaning, if someone cheers up or something cheers someone up, they start to feel happier. If someone cheers up or something cheers someone up, they start to feel happier. Cheer up. It's not that bad. Cheer up. It's not that bad. Speak up. Speak up. Meaning, to speak in a louder voice so that people can hear you. To speak in a louder voice so that people can hear you. You'll have to speak up. I can't hear you. You'll have to speak up. I can't hear you. Drive off. Drive off. Meaning, to leave in a car. To leave in a car. Be sure to blow up the tyres before you drive off. Be sure to blow up the tyres before you drive off. Bring back. Bring back. Meaning, to return from somewhere with something. To return from somewhere with something. Don't forget to bring back my umbrella. Don't forget to bring back my umbrella. Heat up. Heat up. Meaning, to make something warm or hot. To make something warm or hot. Just heat up the food in the microwave. Just heat up the food in the microwave. Shut up. Shut up. Meaning, to stop talking or making a noise, or to make someone do this. To stop talking or making a noise, or to make someone do this. You have no idea how I'm feeling, so shut up. You have no idea how I'm feeling, so shut up. Figure out. Figure out. Meaning, to finally understand something or someone, or find the solution to a problem after a lot of thought. To finally understand something or someone, or find the solution to a problem after a lot of thought. Can you figure out what's going on? Can you figure out what's going on? Finish up. Finish up. Meaning, to eat or drink all of what you are eating or drinking. To eat or drink all of what you are eating or drinking. Finish up the old packet of biscuits before you open a new one. Finish up the old packet of biscuits before you open a new one. Bored to tears. Bored to tears. Meaning, extremely bored to the point of distraction, frustration, or irritation. Extremely bored to the point of distraction, frustration, or irritation. I was bored to tears waiting for the delivery driver to turn up. I was bored to tears waiting for the delivery driver to turn up. Wouldn't be seen dead. Wouldn't be seen dead. Meaning, someone wouldn't be seen dead in a particular place or doing a particular thing. They should never do it, usually because it would be too embarrassing. Someone wouldn't be seen dead in a particular place or doing a particular thing. They would never do it, usually because it would be too embarrassing. I wouldn't be seen dead in a hat like that. I wouldn't be seen dead in a hat like that. Tickled pink. Tickled pink. Meaning, very pleased. Very pleased. I'm tickled pink that my painting won the prize. I'm tickled pink that my painting won the prize. Fed up to the back teeth. Fed up to the back teeth. Meaning, extremely annoyed or unhappy. Extremely annoyed or unhappy. I'm fed up to the back teeth with hearing about your problems. I'm fed up to the back teeth with hearing about your problems. Go bananas. Go bananas. Meaning, to become extremely angry or excited. To become extremely angry or excited. She'll go bananas when you tell her the news. She'll go bananas when you tell her the news. Go to pieces. Go to pieces. Meaning, to become unable to think clearly and control your emotions because of something unpleasant or difficult that you have experienced. To become unable to think clearly and control your emotions because of something unpleasant or difficult that you have experienced. After the car accident, she seemed to go to pieces. After the car accident, she seemed to go to pieces. Head over heels in love. Head over heels in love. Meaning, completely in love. Completely in love. Sam was head over heels in love with his new bride. Sam was head over heels in love with his new bride. Change of heart. Change of heart. Meaning, if you have a change of heart, you change your opinion or the way you feel about something. If you have a change of heart, you change your opinion or the way you feel about something. She had a change of heart and decided to stay. She had a change of heart and decided to stay. Hot under the collar. Hot under the collar. Meaning, embarrassed or angry about something. Embarrassed or angry about something. He got hot under the collar when I asked him where he'd been all day. He got hot under the collar when I asked him where he'd been all day. No hard feelings. No hard feelings. Meaning, no feeling of being upset. No feeling of being upset. I have no hard feelings towards Steve whatsoever. I have no hard feelings towards Steve whatsoever. Let off steam. Let off steam. Meaning, to do or say something that helps you to get rid of strong feelings or energy. To do or say something that helps you to get rid of strong feelings or energy. I was so angry that I let off steam by going for a long walk. I was so angry that I let off steam by going for a long walk. Hit a raw nerve. Hit a raw nerve. Meaning, to upset someone. To upset someone. You hit a raw nerve when you mentioned his failed business. You hit a raw nerve when you mentioned his failed business. Tear your hair out. Tear your hair out. Meaning, if you tear your hair out over a problem, you are worrying a lot about it. If you tear your hair out over a problem, you are worrying a lot about it. There is no need to tear your hair out thinking about what could have been. There is no need to tear your hair out thinking about what could have been. Over the moon. Over the moon. Meaning, to be very pleased. To be very pleased. The whole team were over the moon at winning the competition. The whole team were over the moon at winning the competition. Weak at the knees. Weak at the knees. Meaning, if you go weak at the knees, you lose your strength and feel you are going to fall over, usually because of seeing or talking about either someone you are very attracted to or because of something unpleasant or frightening. If you go weak at the knees, you lose your strength and feel you are going to fall over, usually because of seeing or talking about either someone you are very attracted to or because of something unpleasant or frightening. The thought of kissing him made me go weak at the knees. The thought of kissing him made me go weak at the knees. On pins and needles. On pins and needles. Meaning, worried or excited about something that is going to happen. Worried or excited about something that is going to happen. He remained on pins and needles, fearful of further complications. He remained on pins and needles, fearful of further complications. In seventh heaven. In seventh heaven. Meaning, extremely happy. Extremely happy. After I was given my first camera, I was in seventh heaven. After I was given my first camera, I was in seventh heaven. Fly off the handle. Fly off the handle. Meaning, to react in a very angry way to something that someone says or does. To react in a very angry way to something that someone says or does. There's no need to fly off the handle. We can discuss this rationally. There's no need to fly off the handle. We can discuss this rationally. Shaking like a leaf. Shaking like a leaf. meaning shaking in a way that you cannot control because you are very nervous or frightened. Shaking in a way that you cannot control because you are very nervous or frightened. What's wrong with you? You're shaking like a leaf. What's wrong with you? You're shaking like a leaf. Down in the dumps. Down in the dumps. Meaning unhappy, unhappy. She's a bit down in the dumps because she's got to take her exams again. She's a bit down in the dumps because she's got to take her exams again. On cloud 9. On cloud 9. Meaning to be extremely happy and excited. To be extremely happy and excited. He has been on cloud 9 since the magazine printed the story he wrote. He has been on cloud 9 since the magazine printed the story he wrote. Get cold feet. Get cold feet. Meaning to suddenly become too frightened to do something you had planned to do, especially something important such as getting married. To suddenly become too frightened to do something you had planned to do, especially something important such as getting married. You're not going to get cold feet now, are you? You're not going to get cold feet now, are you? Blow a fuse. Blow a fuse. Meaning to become very angry. To become very angry. There's no need to blow a fuse over such a small problem. There's no need to blow a fuse over such a small problem. In stitches. In stitches. Meaning, if a joke or funny story has you in stitches, it makes you laugh a lot. If a joke or funny story has you in stitches, it makes you laugh a lot. Here's a book that will have you in stitches. Here's a book that will have you in stitches. On top of the world. On top of the world. Meaning extremely happy. Extremely happy. Can you remember a time when you felt absolutely on top of the world? Can you remember a time when you felt absolutely on top of the world? Like a dog with two tails. Like a dog with two tails. Meaning used to say that someone is very happy about something. Used to say that someone is very happy about something. As soon as I heard the good news, I was like a dog with two tails. As soon as I heard the good news, I was like a dog with two tails. Makes my blood boil. Makes my blood boil. Meaning, to make someone extremely angry. To make someone extremely angry. The way he treats his employees really makes my blood boil. The way he treats his employees really makes my blood boil. Get on my nerves. Get on my nerves. Meaning, to annoy someone a lot. To annoy someone a lot. That music is starting to get on my nerves. That music is starting to get on my nerves. At the end of my tether. At the end of my tether. Meaning, having no strength or patience left. Having no strength or patience left. By 6 o'clock after a busy day, I'm at the end of my tether. By 6 o'clock after a busy day, I'm at the end of my tether. Music to my ears. Music to my ears. Meaning, something you are pleased to hear about. Something you are pleased to hear about. The rattle of the letterbox was music to my ears. The letter had arrived at last. The rattle of the letterbox was music to my ears. The letter had arrived at last. Whisper. Shout. Whisper. Shout. Able. Unable. Able. Unable. Exciting. Boring. Exciting. Boring. Confirm. Deny. Confirm. Deny. Upwards. Downwards. Upwards. Downwards. Encourage. Discourage. Encourage. Discourage. Shy. Confident. Shy. Confident. Courteous. Discourteous. Courteous. Discourteous. Cheap. Expensive. Cheap. Expensive. Clever. Stupid. Clever. Stupid. Possible. Impossible. Possible. Impossible. Rigid. Pliable. Rigid. Pliable. Voluntary. Compulsory. Voluntary. Compulsory. sufficient, insufficient, sufficient, insufficient, maximum, minimum, maximum, minimum, clockwise, anti-clockwise, clockwise, anti-clockwise, majority, minority, majority, minority, odd, even, odd, even, ordinary, extraordinary, ordinary, extraordinary, profit, loss, profit, loss, common, unique, common, unique, moral, immoral, moral, immoral, connect, disconnect, connect, disconnect, valid, invalid, valid, invalid, unarmed, armed, unarmed, armed, drunk, sober, drunk, sober, amateur, professional, amateur, professional, simple, complex, simple, complex, deep, shallow, deep, shallow, bright, dim, bright, dim, import, export, import, export, dry, wet, dry, wet, early, late, early, late, inhale, exhale, inhale, exhale, effective, ineffective, effective, ineffective, empty, full, empty, full, internal, external, internal, external, fact, fiction, fact, fiction, difficult, easy, difficult, easy, cruel, kind, cruel, kind, evening, morning, evening, morning, expand, contract, expand, contract, fake, real, fake, real, slow, fast, slow, fast, thin, fat, thin, fat, first, last, first, last, fortunate, unfortunate, fortunate, unfortunate, fresh, stale, fresh, stale, smile, frown, smile, frown, give, receive, give, receive, innocent, guilty, innocent, guilty, healthy, sick, healthy, sick, here, there, here, there, identical, different, identical, different, decrease, increase, decrease, increase, inside, outside, inside, outside, joy, grief, joy, grief, large, small, large, small, unlawful, lawful, unlawful, lawful, stay, leave, stay, leave, lock, unlock, lock, unlock, short, long, short, long, loose, tight, loose, tight, push, pull, push, pull, hate, love, hate, love, major, minor, major, minor, loyal, disloyal, loyal, disloyal, mature, immature, mature, immature, narrow, broad, narrow, broad, messy, neat, messy, neat, old, new, old, new, on, off, on, off, opposite, same, opposite, same, pass, fail, pass, fail, impatient, patient, impatient, patient, permanent, temporary, permanent, temporary, singular, plural, singular, plural, polite, impolite, polite, impolite, weak, powerful, weak, powerful, ugly, pretty, ugly, pretty, spend, save, spend, save, public, private, public, private, rapid, slow, rapid, slow, irregular, regular, irregular, regular, left, right, left, right, north, south, north, south, east, west, east, west, poor, rich, poor, rich, wrong, right, wrong, right, sad, happy, sad, happy, dangerous, safe, dangerous, safe, buyer, seller, buyer, seller, secure, insecure, secure, insecure, satisfied, dissatisfied, satisfied, dissatisfied, hard, simple, hard, simple, stand, sit, stand, sit, rough, smooth, rough, smooth, weaken, strengthen, weaken, strengthen, strict, lenient, strict, lenient, failure, success, failure, success, teach, learn, teach, learn, untie, tie, untie, tie, easy, tough, easy, tough, tolerant, intolerant, tolerant, intolerant, qualified, unqualified, qualified, unqualified, up, down, up, down, vacant, occupied, vacant, occupied, horizontal, vertical, horizontal, vertical, visible, invisible, visible, invisible, lose, win, lose, win, yes, no, yes, no, dead, alive, dead, alive, awake, asleep, awake, asleep, entrance, exit, entrance, exit, nobody, everybody, nobody, everybody, enemy, friend, enemy, friend, reduce, enlarge, reduce, enlarge, pleasant, unpleasant, pleasant, unpleasant, straight, bent, straight, bent, useful, useless, useful, useless, blunt, sharp, blunt, sharp. Certainly, probably, certainly, probably. Start, finish, start, finish. Hero, villain, hero, villain. Superior, inferior, superior, inferior. Courage, fear, courage, fear. Frugal, lavish, frugal, lavish. Sophisticated, unsophisticated, sophisticated, unsophisticated. Answer, question, answer, question. Disapproval, approval, disapproval, approval. Correct, incorrect, correct, incorrect. Discomfort, comfort, discomfort, comfort. Supply, demand, supply, demand. End, beginning, end, beginning. Feeble, strong, feeble, strong. Unknown, known, unknown, known. Mean, generous, mean, generous. Aid, hinder, aid, hinder. Harmful, harmless, harmful, harmless. Intentional, accidental, intentional, accidental. Justice, injustice, justice, injustice. Forward, backward, forward, backward. Compliment, insult, compliment, insult. Optimistic, pessimistic, optimistic, pessimistic. Significant, insignificant, significant, insignificant. Guest, host, guest, host. Alone, accompanied, alone, accompanied. Create, destroy, create, destroy. Arrive, depart, arrive, depart. Best, worst, best, worst. Older, younger, older, younger. More, less, more, less. Rural, urban, rural, urban. Normal, strange, normal, strange. Exactly, approximately, exactly, approximately, allow, forbid, allow, forbid, careful, careless, careful, careless, front, rear, front, rear, lead, follow, lead, follow, remember, forget, remember, forget, woman, man, woman, man, low, high, low, high, cry, laugh, cry, laugh, sweet, sour, sweet, sour, buy, sell, buy, sell, exclude, include, exclude, include, harvest, sow, harvest, sow, lack, abundance, lack, abundance, liquid, solid, liquid, solid, loud, quiet, loud, quiet, native, foreigner, native, foreigner, natural, artificial, natural, artificial, ignore, notice, ignore, notice, punish, reward, punish, reward, sadness, happiness, sadness, happiness, senior, junior, senior, junior, dull, interesting, dull, interesting, direct, indirect, direct, indirect, assent, dissent, assent, dissent, dawn, dusk, dawn, dusk, clumsy, graceful, clumsy, graceful, divide, unify, divide, unify, lucky, unlucky, lucky, unlucky, supervised, unsupervised, supervised, unsupervised, equal, unequal, equal, unequal, child, adult, child, adult, inspiring, uninspiring, inspiring, uninspiring, competent, incompetent, competent, incompetent, fair, unfair, fair, unfair, war, peace, war, peace, sensitive, insensitive, sensitive, insensitive, employee, employer, employee, employer, familiar, unfamiliar, familiar, unfamiliar, clean, dirty, clean, dirty, advantage, disadvantage, advantage, disadvantage, cancel, approve, cancel, approve, defend, attack, defend, attack, suitable, unsuitable, suitable, unsuitable, agree, disagree, agree, disagree, quite, quite. I have quite a good relationship with my parents. I have quite a good relationship with my parents. Also, also. There is also a golf course 5 miles away. There is also a golf course 5 miles away. Certain, certain. I agree with you to a certain degree. I agree with you to a certain degree. Maybe, maybe. Maybe you'll have better luck next time. Maybe you'll have better luck next time. Include, include. My hobbies include reading and painting. My hobbies include reading and painting. Without, without. David decided to try sleeping without a pillow. David decided to try sleeping without a pillow. During, during. You're not allowed to talk during the exam. You're not allowed to talk during the exam. Really, really. Thanks for a great evening. I really enjoyed it. Thanks for a great evening. I really enjoyed it. Actually, actually. It's not actually raining at the moment. It's not actually raining at the moment. Despite, despite. I still enjoyed the week despite the weather. I still enjoyed the week despite the weather. Unless, unless. Don't call me unless it's a real emergency. Don't call me unless it's a real emergency. Since, since. I haven't heard from him since last January. I haven't heard from him since last January. Probably, probably. You probably picked up my keys instead of yours. You probably picked up my keys instead of yours. Likely, likely. Which method is likely to produce the best results? Which method is likely to produce the best results? However, however. He won't win, however hard he tries. He won't win, however hard he tries. Behind, behind. The plane disappeared behind a cloud. The plane disappeared behind a cloud. Only, only. He was the only one who came to the party. He was the only one who came to the party. About, about. I don't want to talk about it anymore. I don't want to talk about it anymore. Forget, forget. Don't forget to put the car in the garage. Don't forget to put the car in the garage. Because, because. The suitcase won't lock because it is too full. The suitcase won't lock because it is too full. Other, other. She went to see him the other day. She went to see him the other day. Thing, thing. I am going to do it first thing tomorrow. I am going to do it first thing tomorrow. Which, which. Which direction do you want to go? Which direction do you want to go? Some, some. I have some work to do this evening. I have some work to do this evening. No, no. I just don't know what to say. I just don't know what to say. Many, many. There are many animals at the zoo. There are many animals at the zoo. From, from. Have you heard from him recently? Have you heard from him recently? Should, should. He should go to the pharmacy first thing in the morning. He should go to the pharmacy first thing in the morning. Always, always. I always have coffee and toast for breakfast. I always have coffee and toast for breakfast. Want, want. Do you want anything to eat? Do you want anything to eat? closely, closely. The children will be closely supervised at all times. The children will be closely supervised at all times. Your. What are your plans for the weekend? What are your plans for the weekend? Here. My wallet must be around here somewhere. My wallet must be around here somewhere. Into. Don't come into my room without knocking. Don't come into my room without knocking. These cakes are very quick and easy to make. These cakes are very quick and easy to make. That. I didn't know you cared that much. I didn't know you cared that much. But. He wants to buy a car, but he can't afford it. He wants to buy a car, but he can't afford it. Complete. I have a complete set of carpenter's tools. I have a complete set of carpenter's tools. Need. You need to change your eating habits. You need to change your eating habits. Already. We got there early, but David had already left. We got there early, but David had already left. Both. We both slept right through the storm. We both slept right through the storm. Able. I've always wanted to be able to speak Japanese. I've always wanted to be able to speak Japanese. Begin. The classes begin and end at fixed times. The classes begin and end at fixed times. Allow. My boss doesn't allow me to use the telephone. My boss doesn't allow me to use the telephone. Consider. We consider ourselves extremely fortunate. We consider ourselves extremely fortunate. Across. The truck skidded sideways across the road. The truck skidded sideways across the road. Fewer. Fewer than 6 children live in this apartment building. Fewer than 6 children live in this apartment building. Expect, expect. The doctors expect him to make a full recovery. The doctors expect him to make a full recovery. Avoid, avoid. The workers wear masks to avoid inhaling the dust. The workers wear masks to avoid inhaling the dust. Hold, hold. Could you hold my bag for me? Could you hold my bag for me? Peace, peace. Write it down on a piece of paper. Write it down on a piece of paper. Nearly, nearly. I've worked here for nearly 2 years. I've worked here for nearly 2 years. Myself, myself. I blame myself for what has happened. I blame myself for what has happened. Yourself, yourself. You have to take responsibility for yourself. You have to take responsibility for yourself. Before, before. I would rather feed my dog before we eat. I would rather feed my dog before we eat. Although, although. Although she is young, she is very independent. Although she is young, she is very independent. Choice, choice. The town provides a wide choice of entertainment. The town provides a wide choice of entertainment. Leave, leave. Don't forget to lock the door when you leave. Don't forget to lock the door when you leave. Towards, towards. The water gets quite shallow towards the shore. The water gets quite shallow towards the shore. Follow, follow. Follow the path through the woods. Follow the path through the woods. Again, again. I think the engine's overheating again. I think the engine's overheating again. Nothing, nothing. She has nothing in common with him. She has nothing in common with him. Anything, anything. I don't feel like doing anything today. I don't feel like doing anything today. Ready, ready. I'm not ready to settle down yet. I'm not ready to settle down yet. Each, each. I gave each of the boys an apple. I gave each of the boys an apple. Share, share. I used to share a bedroom with my brother. I used to share a bedroom with my brother. Through, through. You need a powerful saw to cut through metal. You need a powerful saw to cut through metal. Usually, usually. I usually buy all my vegetables at the market. I usually buy all my vegetables at the market. With, with. Do you have much money with you? Do you have much money with you? Save, save. You must rename the file before you save it. You must rename the file before you save it. Take, take. Take as many peaches as you like. Take as many peaches as you like. Idea, idea. I don't have any idea what's going on. I don't have any idea what's going on. Free, free. You are free to do what you like. You are free to do what you like. Still, still. Do you still live at the same address? Do you still live at the same address? Help, help. Mary rejected her brother's offer of help. Mary rejected her brother's offer of help. All, all. I shouldn't have stayed up all night. I shouldn't have stayed up all night. Where, where. I don't remember where I put my key. I don't remember where I put my key. Finally, finally. They finally found the cat up on the roof. They finally found the cat up on the roof. Either, either. You can park on either side of the street. You can park on either side of the street. Whether, whether. I wasn't sure whether you'd like it. I wasn't sure whether you'd like it. Look, look. You look really stunning in that dress. You look really stunning in that dress. Change, change. I need to change into some dry clothes. I need to change into some dry clothes. Grow, grow. We grow vegetables in our garden. We grow vegetables in our garden. Found, found. I've just found some money in my pocket. I've just found some money in my pocket. Been, been. He's been working hard all day. He's been working hard all day. Under, under. We camped out under the stars. We camped out under the stars. Over, over. He'd left sticky finger marks all over the glass. He'd left sticky finger marks all over the glass. Are, are. Are you prepared for the worst? Are you prepared for the worst? Made, made. New scientific discoveries are being made every day. New scientific discoveries are being made every day. Tell, tell. You go ahead and tell him that I'm coming. You go ahead and tell him that I'm coming. Great, great. It would be great if we could meet again. It would be great if we could meet again. Against, against. He hurt his head by running against a wall. He hurt his head by running against a wall. Careful, careful. Please be more careful next time. Please be more careful next time. Narrow, narrow. The street is too narrow for a truck. The street is too narrow for a truck. Quick, quick. I need to make a quick phone call. I need to make a quick phone call. Just, just. They both taste just the same to me. They both taste just the same to me. Better, better. I like white roses better than red ones. I like white roses better than red ones. Enough, enough. She didn't run fast enough to catch the bus. She didn't run fast enough to catch the bus. Believe, believe. You shouldn't believe everything you read. You shouldn't believe everything you read. Remember, remember. I definitely remember sending the letter. I definitely remember sending the letter. Agree with. Agree with. I agree with you 100%. I agree with you 100%. Come down. Come down. Why won't you come down from your bedroom? Why won't you come down from your bedroom? Look up. Look up. She didn't look up or react in any way. She didn't look up or react in any way. Get down. Get down. We need to get down to some serious talking. We need to get down to some serious talking. Take back. Take back. I take back what I just said. I take back what I just said. Drive away. Drive away. Quickly drive away before anyone notices. Quickly drive away before anyone notices. Wash up. Wash up. Go into the kitchen and wash up. Go into the kitchen and wash up. Give in. Give in. Don't give in to the temptation to argue back. Don't give in to the temptation to argue back. Eat out. Eat out. How can she afford to eat out every night? How can she afford to eat out every night? Ask around. Ask around. I'll ask around and see if I can find you a place to stay. I'll ask around and see if I can find you a place to stay. Fall down. Fall down. The house looked as if it was about to fall down. The house looked as if it was about to fall down. Call back. Call back. I'll call back later when your wife's at home. I'll call back later when your wife's at home. Get across. Get across. It won't be easy, but we'll get across the river somehow. It won't be easy, but we'll get across the river somehow. Go ahead. Go ahead. You go ahead and tell him that I'm coming. You go ahead and tell him that I'm coming. Calm down. Calm down. Calm down and tell me what happened. Calm down and tell me what happened. Track down. Track down. He finally managed to track down the book he wanted. He finally managed to track down the book he wanted. Join in. Join in. I hope that everyone will be able to join in the fun. I hope that everyone will be able to join in the fun. Let go. Let go. Sometimes you just have to learn to let go. Sometimes you just have to learn to let go. Fight off. Fight off. He had to fight off the urge to sleep. He had to fight off the urge to sleep. Settle down. Settle down. I want to settle down and have a family. I want to settle down and have a family. Cloud over. Cloud over. It's supposed to cloud over this afternoon. It's supposed to cloud over this afternoon. Splash out. Splash out. We're going to splash out and buy a new sports car. We're going to splash out and buy a new sports car. Peel off. Peel off. The paper was beginning to peel off the walls. The paper was beginning to peel off the walls. Look forward. Look forward. I look forward to going back to work as soon as possible. I look forward to going back to work as soon as possible. Take after. Take after. Your son doesn't take after you in any way. Your son doesn't take after you in any way. Whip up. Whip up. What should I whip up for dinner? What should I whip up for dinner? Wolf down. Wolf down. Don't wolf down all the food. Leave some for later. Don't wolf down all the food. Leave some for later. Pay up. Pay up. If they don't pay up, we will take legal action. If they don't pay up, we will take legal action. Open up. Open up. He decided to open up a business in the city. He decided to open up a business in the city. Take in. Take in. How many sugars do you take in your coffee? How many sugars do you take in your coffee? Fall behind. Fall behind. He didn't want to fall behind in his studies. He didn't want to fall behind in his studies. Drop out. Drop out. She had to drop out of the race halfway through. She had to drop out of the race halfway through. Hold down. Hold down. He has never been able to hold down a job. He has never been able to hold down a job. Come about. Come about. How did the problem come about in the first place? How did the problem come about in the first place? Sell off. Sell off. We try to sell off any leftover cakes before we close. We try to sell off any leftover cakes before we close. Queue up. Queue up. We had to queue up for an hour for the tickets. We had to queue up for an hour for the tickets. Try on. Try on. Try on the shoes to see if they fit. Try on the shoes to see if they fit. Shop around. Shop around. Prices vary widely, so shop around before you buy. Prices vary widely, so shop around before you buy. Brighten up. Brighten up. After a dull morning, it should brighten up later. After a dull morning, it should brighten up later. Look up to. Look up to. They all look up to him as their leader. They all look up to him as their leader. Act up. Act up. The children always act up when their mother is out. The children always act up when their mother is out. Keep up. Keep up. I can't keep up with the new fashion trends. I can't keep up with the new fashion trends. Go after. Go after. Go after him and say sorry. Go after him and say sorry. Get through. Get through. It took us ages to get through passport control. It took us ages to get through passport control. Pick up. Pick up. She bent down to pick up her glove. She bent down to pick up her glove. Live up to. Live up to. The movie failed to live up to all the hype. The movie failed to live up to all the hype. Run away. Run away. Don't let your imagination run away with you. Don't let your imagination run away with you. Hold out. Hold out. Will the car hold out till we reach London? Will the car hold out till we reach London? Die down. Die down. The controversy is unlikely to die down. The controversy is unlikely to die down. Fall apart. Fall apart. If you buy cheap shoes, they'll fall apart after a few months. If you buy cheap shoes, they'll fall apart after a few months. Come by. Come by. How did you come by that scar on your forearm? How did you come by that scar on your forearm? Spread out. Spread out. He spread out his arms and shrugged his shoulders. He spread out his arms and shrugged his shoulders. Carried away. Carried away. Don't get carried away. It's not that exciting. Don't get carried away. It's not that exciting. Check into. Check into. Let's check into a hotel as soon as we get to Paris. Let's check into a hotel as soon as we get to Paris. Live with. Live with. Could you live with that on your conscience? Could you live with that on your conscience? Back off. Back off. He refused to back off from his earlier statement. He refused to back off from his earlier statement. Bring back. Bring back. The photos bring back lots of good memories. The photos bring back lots of good memories. Move back. Move back. I decided to cut my losses and move back to England. I decided to cut my losses and move back to England. Sit up. Sit up. This should make people sit up and take notice. This should make people sit up and take notice. Point out. Point out. She was quick to point out that it wasn't her fault. She was quick to point out that it wasn't her fault. Shut up. Shut up. Just shut up and get on with your work. Just shut up and get on with your work. Get rid of. Get rid of. I can't get rid of this cough. I can't get rid of this cough. Find out. Find out. I was curious to find out what she had said. I was curious to find out what she had said. Come across. Come across. I've never come across anyone quite like her before. I've never come across anyone quite like her before. Stay out. Stay out. Please stay out of my business and I'll stay out of yours. Please stay out of my business and I'll stay out of yours. Cut down. Cut down. I'm trying to cut down on fatty foods. I'm trying to cut down on fatty foods. Fall over. Fall over. I was worried that he might fall over and hurt himself. I was worried that he might fall over and hurt himself. Break up. Break up. Don't let a little dispute break up a great friendship. Don't let a little dispute break up a great friendship. Throw up. Throw up. Just thinking about it makes me want to throw up. Just thinking about it makes me want to throw up. Turn over. Turn over. You may turn over your exam papers now. You may turn over your exam papers now. Cut up. Cut up. Let's cut up the chicken and make some soup. Let's cut up the chicken and make some soup. Shake off. Shake off. I can't seem to shake off this cold. I can't seem to shake off this cold. Vouch for. Vouch for. Experts vouch for the painting's authenticity. Experts vouch for the painting's authenticity. Topple over. Topple over. The earthquake caused many buildings to topple over. The earthquake caused many buildings to topple over. Storm out. Storm out. Why did the man storm out of the manager's office? Why did the man storm out of the manager's office? Tag along. Tag along. Do you mind if I tag along with you tonight? Do you mind if I tag along with you tonight? Turn up. Turn up. He is waiting for something good to turn up. He is waiting for something good to turn up. Scrape by. Scrape by. I can just scrape by on what my parents give me. I can just scrape by on what my parents give me. Latch onto. Latch onto. It took him a while to latch onto their style of humour. It took him a while to latch onto their style of humour. Improve on. Improve on. I am unable to improve on his suggestion. I am unable to improve on his suggestion. Dwell on. Dwell on. Let's not dwell on your past mistakes. Let's not dwell on your past mistakes. Skim through. Skim through. I only had time to skim through the script before I flew over here. I only had time to skip through the script before I flew over here. Frown upon. Frown upon. Doesn't she frown upon that kind of behaviour? Doesn't she frown upon that kind of behaviour? Bump into. Bump into. I'm so sorry to bump into you. I'm so sorry to bump into you. Narrow down. Narrow down. There are easy ways to narrow down your choice. There are easy ways to narrow down your choice. Dispose of. Dispose of. Let's dispose of this matter once and for all. Let's dispose of this matter once and for all. Clock off. Clock off. What time do you clock off today? What time do you clock off today? Get together. Get together. Every week they get together to make music. Every week they get together to make music. Speak up. Speak up. You'll have to speak up. I can't hear you. You'll have to speak up. I can't hear you. Hang out. Hang out. We can just hang out and have a good time. We can just hang out and have a good time. Cheer up. Cheer up. Cheer up. It's not the end of the world. Cheer up. It's not the end of the world. Look through. Look through. I had a brief look through the report before the meeting. I had a brief look through the report before the meeting. Switch on. Switch on. Switch on the oven and let it heat up. Switch on the oven and let it heat up. Come up with. Come up with. Never expect him to come up with a brilliant idea. Never expect him to come up with a brilliant idea. Pour into. Pour into. Pour into a dish and refrigerate for 1 hour. Pour into a dish and refrigerate for 1 hour. Heat up. Heat up. Just heat up the food in the microwave. Just heat up the food in the microwave. Blow over. Blow over. I hope your troubles will soon blow over. I hope your troubles will soon blow over. Face up to. Face up to. When is she going to face up to her responsibilities? When is she going to face up to her responsibilities? Own up. Own up. He still wouldn't own up to the fact that he'd lied. He still wouldn't own up to the fact that he'd lied. Get away with. Get away with. If you cheat in the exam, you'll never get away with it. If you cheat in the exam, you'll never get away with it. Necessity is the mother of invention, meaning when the need for something becomes essential, you are forced to find ways of getting or achieving it. The best things in life are free, meaning the most valuable things don't cost any money. A little knowledge is a dangerous thing, meaning a small amount of knowledge can mislead individuals into believing that they are more experienced and expert than what is actually the case. If you can't be good, be careful, meaning if you are going to do immoral things, make sure they are not dangerous. Out of sight, out of mind, meaning said to emphasize that when something or someone cannot be seen, it is easy to forget it, him, or her. Don't look a gift horse in the mouth, meaning said to advise someone not to refuse something good that is being offered. Every picture tells a story, meaning said when what has really happened in a situation is clear because of the way that someone or something looks. First come, first served, meaning used to indicate that a group of people or things will be dealt with or given something in the order in which they arrive. Give credit where credit is due, meaning you should praise someone who deserves it, although you might dislike some things about them. If it ain't broke, don't fix it, meaning said when you recognize that something is in a satisfactory state and there is no reason to try to change it. It never rains, but it pours, meaning said when one bad thing happens, followed by a lot of other bad things that make a bad situation worse. Keep your friends close and your enemies closer, meaning you'll be safer if you know more about your enemies than you know about your friends. Like father, like son, meaning used for saying that a man or boy has the same attitudes as his father or behaves in the same way. Many hands make light work, meaning a task is soon accomplished if several people help. Money doesn't grow on trees, meaning said to warn someone to be careful how much money they spend because there is only a limited amount. There's no time like the present, meaning said to encourage someone to take action immediately instead of waiting. No news is good news, meaning said to make someone feel less worried when they have not received information about someone or something, because if something bad had happened, they would have been told about it. Put your best foot forward, meaning to try as hard as you can. Revenge is a dish best served cold, meaning taking revenge at a later date is more satisfying than enacting it immediately. Silence is golden, meaning said to mean it is often better to say nothing. Stitch in time saves 9, meaning said to mean that it is better to act or deal with problems immediately, because if you wait and deal with them later, things will get worse and the problems will take longer to deal with. The apple never falls far from the tree, meaning a child usually has a similar character or similar qualities to his or her parents. The bigger, the better, meaning how much you value or want something is decided by how big it is. The customer is always right, meaning said to emphasize that in business it is very important not to disagree with a customer or make them angry. There's no smoke without fire, meaning if unpleasant things are said about someone or something, there is probably a good reason for it. Third time lucky, meaning used to express the hope that after twice failing to accomplish something, one may succeed in the third attempt. Variety is the spice of life, meaning said to emphasize that doing many different things or often changing what you do makes life interesting. Enough is enough, meaning no more will be tolerated. This must stop. Don't mix pleasure with business, meaning keep your work separate from your private life. Where there's a will, there's a way, meaning used to mean that if you are determined enough, you can find a way to achieve what you want, even if it is very difficult. Wonders never cease, meaning an expression of surprise used when something unusual or unexpected happens. You are what you eat, meaning is the notion that to be fit and healthy you need to eat good food. A watched pot never boils, meaning time seems to drag endlessly when you're waiting for something to happen. Actions speak louder than words, meaning said to emphasize that what you do is more important and shows your intentions and feelings more clearly than what you say. An apple a day keeps the doctor away, meaning an apple is nutritious and you will stay healthy if you eat one every day. Truth is stranger than fiction, meaning said when you want to emphasize that real events or things are sometimes stranger than imaginary ones. Better late than never, meaning said when you think that it is better for someone or something to be late than never to arrive or to happen. Blood is thicker than water, meaning said to emphasize that you believe that family connections are always more important than other types of relationship. Curiosity killed the cat, meaning said to warn someone not to ask too many questions about something. Don't bite the hand that feeds you, meaning to act badly towards the person who is helping or has helped you. Easy come, easy go, meaning said when something, especially money, is easily got and then soon spent or lost. Fight fire with fire, meaning to use the same methods as someone else in order to defeat them. Money makes the world go round, meaning to be of critical or integral importance to the ordinary operation of life or the world at large. A friend in need is a friend indeed, meaning this means that a friend who helps you when you really need help is a true friend. He who laughs last laughs longest, meaning said to emphasize that the person who has control of a situation in the end is most successful, even if other people had seemed originally to have an advantage. Home is where the heart is, meaning your home will always be the place for which you feel the deepest affection, no matter where you are. Honesty is the best policy, meaning said to advise someone that it is better to tell the truth than to lie. If you build it, they will come, meaning if you put the time into making your dreams a reality, people will start flocking towards it. Ignorance is bliss, meaning said to emphasize that sometimes it is better for you if you do not know all the facts about a situation. It's better to give than to receive, meaning it is more virtuous to give or yield something than to receive something. It's no use crying over spilt milk, meaning it is a waste of time worrying, complaining, or feeling sad about something which is done and cannot be changed. The early bird catches the worm, meaning a saying that means someone will have an advantage if they do something immediately or before other people do it. Keep your chin up, meaning remain cheerful in difficult circumstances. Laughter is the best medicine, meaning said to mean that trying to be happy is a good way to stop worrying. Let sleeping dogs lie, meaning said to warn someone that they should not talk about a bad situation that most people have forgotten about. Money is the root of all evil, meaning said to mean that greed is the cause of a particular problem or the cause of society's problems in general. You can't judge a book by its cover, meaning outward appearances are not a reliable indication of the true character of someone or something. Never speak ill of the dead, meaning show respect to people who have died by not saying anything bad about them. You can't win them all, meaning no person can always succeed. You can't get blood out of a stone, meaning something that cannot be obtained regardless of how much force or persuasion is used. What goes up must come down, meaning means that things change, and if something is increasing or rising, it will eventually decrease or fall. Walls have ears, meaning something you say to warn someone that it is not safe to speak at that particular time because other people might be listening. Two's company, three's a crowd, meaning said when two people are relaxed and enjoying each other's company, but another person would make them feel less comfortable. Time will tell, meaning you will discover in the future what the result of a present situation is. There's no place like home, meaning one feels most comfortable at home. The more, the merrier, meaning used to say an occasion will be more enjoyable if a lot of people are there. Seek and you shall find, meaning something can be found if it is looked for. Effort will be rewarded. Practice what you preach, meaning to do the things that you advise other people to do. People who live in glass houses shouldn't throw stones, meaning this means that you should not criticize other people for bad qualities in their character that you have yourself. Out of the frying pan into the fire, meaning said when you move from a bad or difficult situation to one that is worse. Opposites attract, meaning used to say that people who are very different from each other are often attracted to each other. Once bitten, twice shy, meaning said when you are frightened to do something again because you had an unpleasant experience doing it the first time. There's no such thing as bad publicity, meaning said to emphasize that it is better that something receives bad publicity than no publicity at all. No pain, no gain, meaning suffering is necessary in order to achieve something. It's never too late, meaning means that it does not matter how late it is. A person should always take the opportunity to pursue their goals. Don't throw good money after bad, meaning incur further loss in a hopeless attempt to recoup a previous loss. Life begins at 40, meaning means that when one reaches the age of 40, life becomes better. Maybe because one has the skills, experiences, and means necessary for an enjoyable life. It takes one to know one, meaning is a remark one makes when criticised by someone who has similar failings. Fortune favours the brave, meaning a successful person is often one who is willing to take risks. In for a penny, in for a pound, meaning used to express someone's intention to see an undertaking through, however much time, effort, or money this entails. If at first you don't succeed, try again, meaning always continue to keep trying after an initial failure or setback, since success does not usually occur immediately. History repeats itself, meaning things that have happened in the past will or tend to happen again in one way or another. Go the extra mile, meaning to make more effort than is expected of you. Forewarned is forearmed, meaning said to mean that if you know about something before it happens, you can be prepared for it. Flattery will get you nowhere, meaning used to tell someone that praise will not persuade you to do anything you do not want to do. Each to their own, meaning used to say that everyone likes different things. Don't try to run before you can walk, meaning to try to do something difficult before you have learned the basic skills you need. Strike while the iron is hot, meaning to take advantage of an opportunity as soon as it exists, in case the opportunity goes away and does not return. Talk is cheap, meaning used to mean that it is easy to say that one will do something. The end justifies the means, meaning said about a situation in which the final aim is so important that any way of achieving it is acceptable. The pen is mightier than the sword, meaning said to emphasize that thinking and writing have more influence on people and events than the use of force or violence. Time is money, meaning said to emphasize that you should not waste time because you could be using it to earn money. Two wrongs don't make a right, meaning said to emphasize that it is not acceptable to do something bad to someone just because they did something bad to you first. Waste not, want not, meaning said to advise someone not to waste anything because they might need it in the future. Bad news travels fast, meaning when something negative happens, people learn of it quickly. There's no such thing as a free lunch, meaning said to emphasize that you cannot get something for nothing. Nothing ventured, nothing gained, meaning you have to take a risk in order to get something good. Patience is a virtue, meaning the ability to wait for something without frustration is a useful skill and a good aspect of one's personality. The darkest hour is just before the dawn, meaning things often seem at their worst just before they get better. A picture is worth 1,000 words. Meaning, used to say that it is often easier to show something in a picture than to describe it with words. Knowledge. Knowledge. Her knowledge of English grammar is very extensive. Her knowledge of English grammar is very extensive. No. No. I'd like to know the reason why you're so late. I'd like to know the reason why you're so late. Obstruction. Obstruction. The lorry had been parked on the pavement, causing an obstruction. The lorry had been parked on the pavement, causing an obstruction. Obstruct. Obstruct. It is an offence to obstruct the police during the course of their duty. It is an offence to obstruct the police during the course of their duty. Expression. Expression. He looked at me with a very peculiar expression. He looked at me with a very peculiar expression. Express. Express. He finds it difficult to express his feelings. He finds it difficult to express his feelings. Discovery. Discovery. The discovery was made almost by accident. The discovery was made almost by accident. Discover. Discover. He was alarmed to discover that his car was gone. He was alarmed to discover that his car was gone. Celebration. Celebration. They held a special celebration in his honour. They held a special celebration in his honour. Celebrate. Celebrate. They held a dinner to celebrate his retirement. They held a dinner to celebrate his retirement. Imagination. Imagination. You're letting your imagination run away with you. You're letting your imagination run away with you. Imagine. Imagine. You can't begin to imagine how much that saddens me. You can't begin to imagine how much that saddens me. Treatment. Treatment. The treatment has some unfortunate side effects. The treatment has some unfortunate side effects. Treat. Treat. The doctor was able to treat the disease. The doctor was able to treat the disease. Separation. Separation. The couple agreed on a trial separation. The couple agreed on a trial separation. Separate. Separate. The best solution would be for them to separate. The best solution would be for them to separate. Inspection. Inspection. An inspection was carried out at the school. An inspection was carried out at the school. Inspect, inspect. I got out of the car to inspect the damage. I got out of the car to inspect the damage. Amusement, amusement. What do you do for amusement in this town? What do you do for amusement in this town? Amuse, amuse. He made funny faces to amuse the children. He made funny faces to amuse the children. Possession, possession. The possession of a passport is essential for foreign travel. The possession of a passport is essential for foreign travel. Possess, possess. Most of the boys seemed to possess a football. Most of the boys seemed to possess a football. Devotion, devotion. He cared for his mother with great devotion. He cared for his mother with great devotion. Devote, devote. She gave up work to devote more time to her children. She gave up work to devote more time to her children. Prevention, prevention. We need to focus more on crime prevention. We need to focus more on crime prevention. Prevent, prevent. Is there anything you can do to prevent wrinkles? Is there anything you can do to prevent wrinkles? Contribution, contribution. Her contribution to the discussion was substantial. Her contribution to the discussion was substantial. Contribute, contribute. He had very little to contribute to the conversation. He had very little to contribute to the conversation. Satisfaction, satisfaction. The company is trying to improve customer satisfaction. The company is trying to improve customer satisfaction. Satisfy, satisfy. It is impossible to satisfy all your demands. It is impossible to satisfy all your demands. Departure, departure. Leave your keys at reception before departure. Leave your keys at reception before departure. Depart, depart. The plane was scheduled to depart at 8 o'clock. The plane was scheduled to depart at 8 o'clock. Protection, protection. Her coat gave her protection from the rain. Her coat gave her protection from the rain. Protect, protect. My prime concern is to protect my property. My prime concern is to protect my property. Settlement. Settlement. Our objective must be to secure a peace settlement. Our objective must be to secure a peace settlement. Settle. Settle. The company has agreed to settle out of court. The company has agreed to settle out of court. Performance. Performance. It's perfectly normal to be nervous before a performance. It's perfectly normal to be nervous before a performance. Perform. Perform. Wizards usually use magic wands to perform spells. Wizards usually use magic wands to perform spells. Attraction. Attraction. The main attraction of the place is the nightlife. The main attraction of the place is the nightlife. Attract. Attract. She knocked on the window to attract his attention. She knocked on the window to attract his attention. Behavior. Behavior. I must apologize for my outrageous behavior. I must apologize for my outrageous behavior. Behave. Behave. She doesn't know how to behave in public. She doesn't know how to behave in public. Admiration. Admiration. He gained the admiration of the whole world. He gained the admiration of the whole world. Admire. Admire. You have to admire the way he handled the situation. You have to admire the way he handled the situation. Response. Response. She laughed in response to his jokes. She laughed in response to his jokes. Respond. Respond. The bank has yet to respond to our letter. The bank has yet to respond to our letter. Decision. Decision. The decision left us feeling deeply dissatisfied. The decision left us feeling deeply dissatisfied. Decide. Decide. I'm still unable to decide what to do. I'm still unable to decide what to do. Application. Application. I attached a photo to my application form. I attached a photo to my application form. Apply. Apply. The leaflet explains how to apply for a job. The leaflet explains how to apply for a job. Proposal. Proposal. What do you think of my proposal? What do you think of my proposal? propose, propose. I wish to propose a toast to our friendship. I wish to propose a toast to our friendship. Description, description. Can you give me a description of the thief? Can you give me a description of the thief? Describe, describe. The police asked her to describe the two men. The police asked her to describe the two men. Division, division. Which division of the company do you work in? Which division of the company do you work in? Divide, divide. We agreed to divide the money equally between everyone. We agreed to divide the money equally between everyone. Extension, extension. They're building an extension to their house. They're building an extension to their house. Extend, extend. We plan to extend the kitchen in the summer. We plan to extend the kitchen in the summer. Growth, growth. The company certainly has the potential for growth. The company certainly has the potential for growth. Grow, grow. We want to grow the export side of the business. We want to grow the export side of the business. Introduction, introduction. It's a useful introduction to an extremely complex subject. It's a useful introduction to an extremely complex subject. Introduce, introduce. It gives me great pleasure to introduce our guest speaker. It gives me great pleasure to introduce our guest speaker. Driver, driver. An impatient driver behind me sounded his horn. An impatient driver behind me sounded his horn. Drive, drive. It's illegal to drive through a red light. It's illegal to drive through a red light. Injury, injury. He is recovering from a knee injury. He is recovering from a knee injury. Injure, injure. Be careful not to injure yourself when you go rock climbing. Be careful not to injure yourself when you go rock climbing. Enforcement, enforcement. The doctors want stricter enforcement of existing laws. The doctors want stricter enforcement of existing laws. Enforce, enforce. It's the job of the police to enforce the law. It's the job of the police to enforce the law. Enjoyment, enjoyment. I get a lot of enjoyment from my job. I get a lot of enjoyment from my job. Enjoy, enjoy. She wanted to enjoy her moment of glory. She wanted to enjoy her moment of glory. Recovery, recovery. Doctors expect him to make a full recovery. Doctors expect him to make a full recovery. Recover, recover. It takes a while to recover from the operation. It takes a while to recover from the operation. Payment, payment. What method of payment do you prefer? What method of payment do you prefer? Pay, pay. Would you like to pay by cash or credit card? Would you like to pay by cash or credit card? Motivation, motivation. What was your motivation for becoming a teacher? What was your motivation for becoming a teacher? Motivate, motivate. What can we do to motivate the students? What can we do to motivate the students? Writer, writer. I didn't expect him to become a successful writer. I didn't expect him to become a successful writer. Write, write. We had to write out a list of 10 jobs we'd like to do. We had to write out a list of 10 jobs we'd like to do. Education, education. She had the advantage of a good education. She had the advantage of a good education. Educate, educate. They went to great expense to educate their son. They went to great expense to educate their son. Suggestion, suggestion. We are in the process of reviewing your suggestion. We are in the process of reviewing your suggestion. Suggest, suggest. We were asked to suggest ideas for improving efficiency. We were asked to suggest ideas for improving efficiency. Interference, interference. My interference had rather an unfortunate result. My interference had rather an unfortunate result. Interfere, interfere. It's their problem and I'm not going to interfere. It's their problem and I'm not going to interfere. Laughter, laughter. We heard laughter in the garden. We heard laughter in the garden. Laugh, laugh. She wanted to laugh and weep all at once. She wanted to laugh and weep all at once. Action, action. The rules will be brought into action tomorrow. The rules will be brought into action tomorrow. Act, act. He was asked to act as an advisor on the project. He was asked to act as an advisor on the project. Entrance, entrance. The car waited at the front entrance. The car waited at the front entrance. Enter, enter. They allowed him to enter the building. They allowed him to enter the building. Warmth, warmth. She felt the warmth of his arms around her. She felt the warmth of his arms around her. Warm, warm. He blew on his hands to warm them up. He blew on his hands to warm them up. Agreement, agreement. They reached an agreement about the plan. They reached an agreement about the plan. Agree, agree. Is he going to agree to our suggestion? Is he going to agree to our suggestion? Failure, failure. The failure was caused by bad management. The failure was caused by bad management. Fail, fail. I'm expecting to fail my exams. I'm expecting to fail my exams. Argument, argument. You must acknowledge the truth of her argument. You must acknowledge the truth of her argument. Argue, argue. I don't want to argue with you. I don't want to argue with you. Destruction, destruction. The puppy left a trail of destruction behind it. The puppy left a trail of destruction behind it. Destroy, destroy. He started to destroy documents to cover his tracks. He started to destroy documents to cover his tracks. Invention, invention. His invention was not commercially successful. His invention was not commercially successful. Invent, invent. He began to invent ways of doing it better. He began to invent ways of doing it better. Depression, depression. She displayed the classic symptoms of depression. She displayed the classic symptoms of depression. Depress, depress. I know he is optimistic, but I don't want to depress him. I know he is optimistic, but I don't want to depress him. Teacher, teacher. The teacher is in charge of the class. The teacher is in charge of the class. Teach, teach. Schools try to teach children a set of principles. Schools try to teach children a set of principles. Evaporation, evaporation. Be careful not to lose too much liquid by evaporation. Be careful not to lose too much liquid by evaporation. Evaporate, evaporate. The water may take several minutes to evaporate. The water may take several minutes to evaporate. Health, health. Bad health forced him to retire from his job. Bad health forced him to retire from his job. Heal, heal. The plaster cast helps him to heal the broken bone. The plaster cast helps him to heal the broken bone. Inclusion, inclusion. His inclusion in the team has caused controversy. His inclusion in the team has caused controversy. Include, include. The trip has been extended to include a few other events. The trip has been extended to include a few other events. Unity, unity. The dispute has destroyed unity among the workers. The dispute has destroyed unity among the workers. Unite, unite. The two parties have been trying to unite since the new year. The two parties have been trying to unite since the new year. Punishment, punishment. The punishment was harsh and unfair. The punishment was harsh and unfair. Punish, punish. My parents used to punish me by not letting me watch television. My parents used to punish me by not letting me watch television. Judgment, judgment. He could no longer trust his own judgment. He could no longer trust his own judgment. Judge, judge. It is difficult to judge the full extent of the damage. It is difficult to judge the full extent of the damage. Appearance, appearance. He's very insecure about his appearance. He's very insecure about his appearance. Appear, appear. I wanted to appear friendly and approachable. I wanted to appear friendly and approachable. Belief, belief. I admire his passionate belief in what he is doing. I admire his passionate belief in what he is doing. Believe, believe. Do you really expect me to believe you? Do you really expect me to believe you? Success, success. You have to believe in yourself. That's the secret of success. You have to believe in yourself. That's the secret of success. Succeed, succeed. You'll need to persevere if you want the business to succeed. You'll need to persevere if you want the business to succeed. Thanks, thanks. Thanks for a great evening. I really enjoyed it. Thanks for a great evening. I really enjoyed it. Thank, thank. He couldn't find the words to thank her enough. He couldn't find the words to thank her enough. Strength, strength. His strength has diminished over the years. His strength has diminished over the years. Strengthen, strengthen. Regular exercise will help to strengthen your muscles. Regular exercise will help to strengthen your muscles. Removal, removal. The local council does not allow the removal of sand from the beach. The local council does not allow the removal of sand from the beach. Remove, remove. Stir the sauce to remove any small lumps. Stir the sauce to remove any small lumps. Difference, difference. There's no difference in the results. There's no difference in the results. Differ, differ. We must just agree to differ on this. We must just agree to differ on this. Hatred, hatred. She looked at me with an expression of hatred. She looked at me with an expression of hatred. Hate, hate. At that point, I just started to hate the man. At that point, I just started to hate the man. Arrival, arrival. His arrival caused quite a commotion. His arrival caused quite a commotion. Arrive, arrive. I'm waiting for Mary to arrive. I'm waiting for Mary to arrive. Visitor, visitor. She was a frequent visitor to the house. She was a frequent visitor to the house. Visit, visit. They planned to visit a vegetable garden. They planned to visit a vegetable garden. Obligation, obligation. You are under no obligation to buy anything. You are under no obligation to buy anything. Oblige, oblige. The staff are always happy to oblige. The staff are always happy to oblige. Onus, onus, meaning something that is one's duty or responsibility. Something that is one's duty or responsibility. The onus is on the shopkeeper to provide goods which live up to the quality of their description. The onus is on the shopkeeper to provide goods which live up to the quality of their description. Rejig, rejig, meaning to change and improve the arrangement of something. To change and improve the arrangement of something. We'll have to rejig the shed in order to get the extra chairs in. We'll have to rejig the shed in order to get the extra chairs in. Bias, bias, meaning the action of supporting or opposing a particular person or thing in an unfair way because of allowing personal opinions to influence your judgment. The action of supporting or opposing a particular person or thing in an unfair way because of allowing personal opinions to influence your judgment. All material must be selected and presented without bias. All material must be selected and presented without bias. Cringe, cringe, meaning to feel embarrassed and ashamed about something. To feel embarrassed and ashamed about something. It makes me cringe when I think how stupid I was. It makes me cringe when I think how stupid I was. Burly, burly, meaning of a person, large and strong, heavily built. Of a person, large and strong, heavily built. The farmer was a big, burly man with a red face. The farmer was a big, burly man with a red face. Atone, atone, meaning to do something that shows you are sorry for something bad that you did or for something that you have failed to do. To do something that shows you are sorry for something bad that you did or for something that you failed to do. Jack tried to atone for his rudeness by sending her some flowers. Jack tried to atone for his rudeness by sending her some flowers. Spree, spree, meaning a short period of doing a particular, usually enjoyable activity much more than is usual. A short period of doing a particular, usually enjoyable activity much more than is usual. I went on a shopping spree at the weekend and spent far too much money. I went on a shopping spree at the weekend and spent far too much money. Lucid, lucid, meaning expressed clearly, easy to understand. Expressed clearly, easy to understand. She gave a clear and lucid account of her plans for the company's future. She gave a clear and lucid account of her plans for the company's future. Refute, refute, meaning to say or prove that a person, statement, or opinion is wrong or false. To say or prove that a person, statement, or opinion is wrong or false. It was the kind of rumour that is impossible to refute. It was the kind of rumour that is impossible to refute. Hoard, hoard, meaning a large amount of something that someone has saved and hidden. A large amount of something that someone has saved and hidden. We found a huge hoard of tinned food in the basement. We found a huge hoard of tinned food in the basement. Mimic, mimic, meaning to copy the way in which a particular person usually speaks and moves, usually in order to make people laugh. To copy the way in which a particular person usually speaks and moves, usually in order to make people laugh. She tried to mimic everyone in the office. She tried to mimic everyone in the office. Exert, exert, meaning to use something such as authority, power, or influence in order to make something happen. To use something such as authority, power, or influence in order to make something happen. If you were to exert your influence, they might change their decision. If you were to exert your influence, they might change their decision. Vague, vague, meaning not clearly expressed, known, described, or decided. Not clearly expressed, known, described, or decided. I do have a vague memory of meeting her many years ago. I do have a vague memory of meeting her many years ago. Prone, prone, meaning likely or liable to suffer from, do, or experience something unpleasant or regrettable. Likely or liable to suffer from, do, or experience something unpleasant or regrettable. I've always been prone to headaches. I've always been prone to headaches. Tinge, tinge, meaning a very slight amount of a colour or of a feeling. A very slight amount of a colour or of a feeling. There was a faint pink tinge to the sky. There was a faint pink tinge to the sky. Urge, urge, meaning a strong wish, especially one that is difficult or impossible to control. A strong wish, especially one that is difficult or impossible to control. I felt an uncontrollable urge to scream. I felt an uncontrollable urge to scream. Arid, arid, meaning very dry and without enough rain for plants. Very dry and without enough rain for plants. Nothing grows in these arid conditions. Nothing grows in these arid conditions. Affix, affix, meaning to fasten or stick one thing to another. To fasten or stick one thing to another. Complete the form and affix 4 tokens to its back. Complete the form and affix 4 tokens to its back. Inept, inept, meaning not skilled or effective. Not skilled or effective. His inept handling of a minor problem turned it into a major crisis. His inept handling of a minor problem turned it into a major crisis. Petty, petty, meaning not important and not worth giving attention to. Not important and not worth giving attention to. These petty rules can lead to frustration and anger. These petty rules can lead to frustration and anger. Hype, hype, meaning a situation in which something is advertised and discussed in newspapers, on television, a lot in order to attract everyone's interest. A situation in which something is advertised and discussed in newspapers, on television, a lot in order to attract everyone's interest. There's been a lot of hype around his latest film. There's been a lot of hype around his latest film. Evoke, evoke, meaning to make someone remember something or feel an emotion. To make someone remember something or feel an emotion. Smells and tastes often evoke memories from the past. Smells and tastes often evoke memories from the past. Dispel, dispel, meaning to remove fears, doubts, and false ideas, usually by proving them wrong or unnecessary. To remove fears, doubts, and false ideas, usually by proving them wrong or unnecessary. The company is trying to dispel rumours about a takeover. The company is trying to dispel rumours about a takeover. Hush, hush, meaning a sudden, calm silence. A sudden, calm silence. A hush descended over the waiting crowd. A hush descended over the waiting crowd. Retch, retch, meaning to react in a way as if you are vomiting. To react in a way as if you are vomiting. The sight of blood always makes him retch. The sight of blood always makes him retch. Frolic, frolic, meaning to play and behave in a happy way. To play and behave in a happy way. Tourists sunbathe and frolic in the ocean. Tourists sunbathe and frolic in the ocean. Cramp, cramp, meaning a sudden painful tightening in a muscle, often after a lot of exercise that limits movement. A sudden painful tightening in a muscle, often after a lot of exercise that limits movement. The swimmer got cramp in his legs and had to be helped out of the water. The swimmer got cramp in his legs and had to be helped out of the water. Weep, weep, meaning to cry tears. To cry tears. A good weep might make you feel better. A good weep might make you feel better. Coy, coy, meaning intentionally keeping something secret. Intentionally keeping something secret. The company is coy about revealing its profits. The company is coy about revealing its profits. Smirk, smirk, meaning a smile that expresses satisfaction or pleasure about having done something or knowing something that is not known by someone else. A smile that expresses satisfaction or pleasure about having done something or knowing something that is not known by someone else. He made no attempt to conceal his smirk. He made no attempt to conceal his smirk. Droll, droll, meaning humorous, especially in an unusual way. Humorous, especially in an unusual way. My father has a droll sense of humour. My father has a droll sense of humour. Sane, sane, meaning having a healthy mind and not mentally ill. Having a healthy mind and not mentally ill. He seems perfectly sane to me. He seems perfectly sane to me. Slurp, slurp, meaning to drink a liquid noisily as a result of sucking air into the mouth at the same time as the liquid. To drink a liquid noisily as a result of sucking air into the mouth at the same time as the liquid. I wish you wouldn't slurp your soup like that. I wish you wouldn't slurp your soup like that. Ploy, ploy, meaning something that is done or said in order to get an advantage, often dishonestly. Something that is done or said in order to get an advantage, often dishonestly. It was all a ploy to distract attention from his real aims. It was all a ploy to distract attention from his real aims. Haste, haste, meaning excessive speed or urgency of movement or action. Hurry. Excessive speed or urgency of movement or action. Hurry. The letter had clearly been written in haste. The letter had clearly been written in haste. Irate, irate, meaning very angry, very angry. We have received some irate phone calls from customers. We have received some irate phone calls from customers. Awe, meaning a feeling of great respect, sometimes mixed with fear or surprise. A feeling of great respect, sometimes mixed with fear or surprise. All of the neighbours were a little in awe of my mother. All of the neighbours were a little in awe of my mother. Slab, slab, meaning a thick, flat piece of a solid substance, such as stone, wood, metal, or food, that is usually square or rectangular. A thick, flat piece of a solid substance, such as stone, wood, metal, or food, that is usually square or rectangular. Carefully lay each slab of concrete in place. Carefully lay each slab of concrete in place. Throb, throb, meaning beat or sound with a strong, regular rhythm. Pulsate steadily. Beat or sound with a strong, regular rhythm. Pulsate steadily. The bruise on his stomach ached with a steady throb. The bruise on his stomach ached with a steady throb. Wince, wince, meaning make a slight involuntary grimace or shrinking movement of the body out of pain or distress. Make a slight involuntary grimace or shrinking movement of the body out of pain or distress. It makes me wince just thinking about eye operations. It makes me wince just thinking about eye operations. Verve, verve, meaning great energy and enthusiasm. Great energy and enthusiasm. She delivered her speech with tremendous wit and verve. She delivered her speech with tremendous wit and verve. Tweak, tweak, meaning to change something slightly, especially in order to make it more correct, effective, or suitable. To change something slightly, especially in order to make it more correct, effective, or suitable. Maybe you should tweak a few sentences before you send in the report. Maybe you should tweak a few sentences before you send in the report. Gnaw, gnaw, meaning to bite or chew something repeatedly, usually making a hole in it or gradually destroying it. To bite or chew something repeatedly, usually making a hole in it or gradually destroying it. Dogs like to gnaw on a bone. Dogs like to gnaw on a bone. Kink, kink, meaning an unwanted twist or bend in a wire, rope, or pipe that is usually straight. An unwanted twist or bend in a wire, rope, or pipe that is usually straight. There must be a kink in the pipe. There must be a kink in the pipe. Metal, metal, meaning ability and determination when competing or doing something difficult. Ability and determination when competing or doing something difficult. Both players were on their mettle in the final round. Both players were on their mettle in the final round. Pact, pact, meaning a formal agreement between two people or groups of people. A formal agreement between two people or groups of people. They made a pact not to tell anyone about what had happened. They made a pact not to tell anyone about what had happened. Shrug, shrug, meaning to raise your shoulders and then lower them in order to say you do not know or are not interested. To raise your shoulders and then lower them in order to say you do not know or are not interested. The boy gave a slight shrug and walked away. The boy gave a slight shrug and walked away. Zeal, zeal, meaning great enthusiasm or eagerness. Great enthusiasm or eagerness. They worked with great zeal to finish the project. They worked with great zeal to finish the project. Woozy, woozy, meaning feeling weak or ill and unable to think clearly. Feeling weak or ill and unable to think clearly. Giving blood makes me feel really woozy. Giving blood makes me feel really woozy. Bask, bask, meaning to lie or sit enjoying the warmth, especially of the sun. To lie or sit enjoying the warmth, especially of the sun. All I want to do is bask in the sunshine all day. All I want to do is bask in the sunshine all day. Reflexive pronouns are a type of pronoun used in English when the subject and object of a verb in a sentence refer to the same person or thing. They are called reflexive because they reflect the action of the verb back onto the subject. Reflexive pronouns end in self or selves and include words like myself, yourself, himself, herself, itself, ourselves, yourselves, and themselves. These pronouns are used to show that the subject is both performing and receiving the action of the verb. Here are 160 example sentences using each reflexive pronoun in English. I enjoyed the peaceful weekend by taking a long walk by myself. I enjoyed the peaceful weekend by taking a long walk by myself. After the challenging task, I rewarded myself with a delicious treat. After the challenging task, I rewarded myself with a delicious treat. I found myself lost in the captivating world of a good book. I found myself lost in the captivating world of a good book. Despite the rain, I insisted on fixing the leaky roof by myself. Despite the rain, I insisted on fixing the leaky roof by myself. I promised to challenge myself with a new hobby this year. I promised to challenge myself with a new hobby this year. At the art gallery, I couldn't help but lose myself in the beauty of the paintings. At the art gallery, I couldn't help but lose myself in the beauty of the paintings. I decided to treat myself to a spa day after a hectic week at work. I decided to treat myself to a spa day after a hectic week at work. During the meditation retreat, I discovered a newfound connection with myself. During the meditation retreat, I discovered a newfound connection with myself. I often remind myself to be grateful for the little joys in life. I often remind myself to be grateful for the little joys in life. After the workout, I congratulated myself on completing a challenging fitness routine. After the workout, I congratulated myself on completing a challenging fitness routine. I took a moment to reflect on myself and my personal goals for the upcoming year. I took a moment to reflect on myself and my personal goals for the upcoming year. I amused myself by learning a few magic tricks to entertain friends. I amused myself by learning a few magic tricks to entertain friends. On the solo road trip, I discovered a sense of independence within myself. On the solo road trip, I discovered a sense of independence within myself. I challenged myself to overcome my fears and try something new. I challenged myself to overcome my fears and try something new. I allowed myself a few moments of solitude to recharge and relax. I allowed myself a few moments of solitude to recharge and relax. While hiking, I marvelled at the breathtaking scenery and felt at one with myself. While hiking, I marvelled at the breathtaking scenery and felt at one with myself. In the quiet of the night, I found myself contemplating life's mysteries. In the quiet of the night, I found myself contemplating life's mysteries. I treated myself to a homemade gourmet meal to celebrate a personal achievement. I treated myself to a homemade gourmet meal to celebrate a personal achievement. I caught myself humming a tune while working on a creative project. I caught myself humming a tune while working on a creative project. I took it upon myself to organise a surprise party for my friend's birthday. I took it upon myself to organise a surprise party for my friend's birthday. Have you treated yourself to a relaxing spa day lately? Have you treated yourself to a relaxing spa day lately? Take some time for yourself to unwind and recharge. Take some time for yourself to unwind and recharge. Challenge yourself with a new skill or hobby this year. Challenge yourself with a new skill or hobby this year. Don't be too hard on yourself. Everyone makes mistakes. Don't be too hard on yourself. Everyone makes mistakes. Have you found yourself captivated by a good book recently? Have you found yourself captivated by a good book recently? Allow yourself to dream big and pursue your passions. Allow yourself to dream big and pursue your passions. Remind yourself of your strengths during challenging times. Remind yourself of your strengths during challenging times. Give yourself credit for the hard work you've put into your accomplishments. Give yourself credit for the hard work you've put into your accomplishments. Find a quiet place to sit and reflect on yourself and your goals. Find a quiet place to sit and reflect on yourself and your goals. Surround yourself with positive influences to enhance your well-being. Surround yourself with positive influences to enhance your well-being. Treat yourself to a delicious meal at your favourite restaurant. Treat yourself to a delicious meal at your favourite restaurant. Have you ever surprised yourself with a hidden talent? Have you ever surprised yourself with a hidden talent? Take a moment to appreciate yourself and your unique qualities. Take a moment to appreciate yourself and your unique qualities. Challenge yourself to step out of your comfort zone. Challenge yourself to step out of your comfort zone. Gift yourself the joy of discovering new places through travel. Gift yourself the joy of discovering new places through travel. Remind yourself of the progress you've made on your journey. Remind yourself of the progress you've made on your journey. Take care of yourself by getting enough sleep and staying hydrated. Take care of yourself by getting enough sleep and staying hydrated. Empower yourself by setting clear boundaries in your relationships. Empower yourself by setting clear boundaries in your relationships. Reward yourself with a small indulgence after completing a task. Reward yourself with a small indulgence after completing a task. Reflect on the positive changes you've made in yourself over time. Reflect on the positive changes you've made in yourself over time. He treated himself to a gourmet dinner to celebrate the promotion. He treated himself to a gourmet dinner to celebrate the promotion. After the concert, he found himself humming the catchy tunes. After the concert, he found himself humming the catchy tunes. Despite the challenge, he assured himself that he could overcome it. Despite the challenge, he assured himself that he could overcome it. He lost himself in the pages of a thrilling mystery novel. He lost himself in the pages of a thrilling mystery novel. He reminded himself to stay calm in the face of adversity. He reminded himself to stay calm in the face of adversity. The comedian amused himself by watching his own stand-up performance. The comedian amused himself by watching his own stand-up performance. After the marathon, he congratulated himself on completing the race. After the marathon, he congratulated himself on completing the race. He took it upon himself to organize a surprise party for his friend. He took it upon himself to organize a surprise party for his friend. In the mirror, he admired himself in the stylish new suit. In the mirror, he admired himself in the stylish new suit. He allowed himself a moment of introspection to evaluate his goals. He allowed himself a moment of introspection to evaluate his goals. He treated himself to a weekend getaway to recharge and relax. He treated himself to a weekend getaway to recharge and relax. The scientist marveled at the discovery he had made himself. The scientist marveled at the discovery he had made himself. After the interview, he found himself replaying his answers in his mind. After the interview, he found himself replaying his answers in his mind. He challenged himself to learn a new language in his free time. He challenged himself to learn a new language in his free time. He immersed himself in the task at hand, ignoring distractions. He immersed himself in the task at hand, ignoring distractions. He caught himself daydreaming about future accomplishments. He caught himself daydreaming about future accomplishments. He chuckled to himself as he recalled a funny incident from the past. He chuckled to himself as he recalled a funny incident from the past. He congratulated himself for successfully completing the challenging project. He congratulated himself for successfully completing the challenging project. He amused himself by solving a complex puzzle over the weekend. He amused himself by solving a complex puzzle over the weekend. He gave himself credit for the effort he put into personal growth. He gave himself credit for the effort he put into personal growth. After the performance, she found herself basking in the applause. After the performance, she found herself basking in the applause. She treated herself to a spa day as a well-deserved pampering. She treated herself to a spa day as a well-deserved pampering. Despite the setback, she assured herself that things would improve. Despite the setback, she assured herself that things would improve. She lost herself in the beauty of the sunset over the ocean. She lost herself in the beauty of the sunset over the ocean. She reminded herself to stay focused on her goals despite distractions. She reminded herself to stay focused on her goals despite distractions. The artist amused herself by creating a whimsical painting. The artist amused herself by creating a whimsical painting. After the competition, she congratulated herself on her achievements. After the competition, she congratulated herself on her achievements. She took it upon herself to organize a charity event for the community. She took it upon herself to organize a charity event for the community. In the mirror, she admired herself in the elegant evening gown. In the mirror, she admired herself in the elegant evening gown. She allowed herself a moment of reflection on her life's journey. She allowed herself a moment of reflection on her life's journey. She treated herself to a solo hiking trip to reconnect with nature. She treated herself to a solo hiking trip to reconnect with nature. The writer immersed herself in the creative process, ignoring interruptions. The writer immersed herself in the creative process, ignoring interruptions. After the exam, she found herself replaying the questions in her mind. After the exam, she found herself replaying the questions in her mind. She challenged herself to learn a musical instrument in her spare time. She challenged herself to learn a musical instrument in her spare time. She chuckled to herself, recalling a humorous incident from the past. She chuckled to herself, recalling a humorous incident from the past. She rewarded herself with a weekend getaway to a tranquil retreat. She rewarded herself with a weekend getaway to a tranquil retreat. She marveled at the resilience she discovered within herself during tough times. She marveled at the resilience she discovered within herself during tough times. She gave herself credit for the dedication she put into her work. She gave herself credit for the dedication she put into her work. She amused herself by exploring a new hobby during the lockdown. She amused herself by exploring a new hobby during the lockdown. She congratulated herself on successfully completing a demanding project. She congratulated herself on successfully completing a demanding project. The flower opened, revealing the delicate beauty of itself. The flower opened, revealing the delicate beauty of itself. The computer program executed the command and fixed the error by itself. The computer program executed the command and fixed the error by itself. The problem resolved itself without any external intervention. The problem resolved itself without any external intervention. The waterfall surrounded by lush greenery seemed like a force of nature unto itself. The waterfall surrounded by lush greenery seemed like a force of nature unto itself. The old book within its worn pages seemed to tell a story all by itself. The old book within its worn pages seemed to tell a story all by itself. The cat groomed itself meticulously, maintaining a clean and shiny coat. The cat groomed itself meticulously, maintaining a clean and shiny coat. The mechanism worked smoothly, adjusting itself to the changing conditions. The mechanism worked smoothly, adjusting itself to the changing conditions. The puzzle was challenging, but eventually it solved itself in my mind. The puzzle was challenging, but eventually it solved itself in my mind. The car parked itself using the advanced autonomous parking feature. The car parked itself using the advanced autonomous parking feature. The storm passed and the sky cleared, leaving the landscape to restore itself. The storm passed and the sky cleared, leaving the landscape to restore itself. The machine operated with such precision that it seemed to assemble products by itself. The machine operated with such precision that it seemed to assemble products by itself. The natural phenomenon, like the northern lights, displayed a beauty that was mesmerizing in itself. The natural phenomenon, like the northern lights, displayed a beauty that was mesmerizing in itself. The movie told a compelling story, with each scene building on the narrative by itself. The movie told a compelling story, with each scene building on the narrative by itself. The robot, equipped with sensors, navigated the environment, avoiding obstacles by itself. The robot, equipped with sensors, navigated the environment, avoiding obstacles by itself. The concept was so innovative that it practically sold itself to investors. The concept was so innovative that it practically sold itself to investors. The ecosystem, with its interconnected elements, maintained a delicate balance by itself. The ecosystem, with its interconnected elements, maintained a delicate balance by itself. The plant thrived in the sunlight, sustaining itself through photosynthesis. The plant thrived in the sunlight, sustaining itself through photosynthesis. The building's architecture was a work of art, with each detail standing out by itself. The building's architecture was a work of art, with each detail standing out by itself. The theory was complex but fascinating, revealing layers of understanding as it unfolded by itself. The theory was complex but fascinating, revealing layers of understanding as it unfolded by itself. The newborn fawn instinctively camouflaged itself in the tall grass to avoid predators. The newborn fawn instinctively camouflaged itself in the tall grass to avoid predators. We challenged ourselves to complete the ambitious project ahead of schedule. We challenged ourselves to complete the ambitious project ahead of schedule. After the group hike, We congratulated ourselves on reaching the summit. After the group hike, we congratulated ourselves on reaching the summit. We treated ourselves to a homemade feast as a team-building activity. We treated ourselves to a homemade feast as a team-building activity. Amidst the chaos, we found ourselves working seamlessly as a cohesive unit. Amidst the chaos, we found ourselves working seamlessly as a cohesive unit. We took it upon ourselves to organise a surprise farewell party for our colleague. We took it upon ourselves to organise a surprise farewell party for our colleague. In the reflection of the lake, we marvelled at the beauty of ourselves as a group. In the reflection of the lake, we marvelled at the beauty of ourselves as a group. After the success of the fundraiser, we rewarded ourselves with a weekend getaway. After the success of the fundraiser, we rewarded ourselves with a weekend getaway. We immersed ourselves in the community service project, making a positive impact. We immersed ourselves in the community service project, making a positive impact. During the brainstorming session, we challenged ourselves to think outside the box. During the brainstorming session, we challenged ourselves to think outside the box. We reminded ourselves of the importance of teamwork in achieving our goals. We reminded ourselves of the importance of teamwork in achieving our goals. In the face of adversity, we supported ourselves and emerged stronger as a team. In the face of adversity, we supported ourselves and emerged stronger as a team. We allowed ourselves a moment of celebration for the milestones we achieved. We allowed ourselves a moment of celebration for the milestones we achieved. We chuckled amongst ourselves as we recalled humorous moments from the past. We chuckled amongst ourselves as we recalled humorous moments from the past. After the long day of volunteering, we treated ourselves to a well-deserved break. After the long day of volunteering, we treated ourselves to a well-deserved break. We gave ourselves credit for the dedication and hard work put into the project. We gave ourselves credit for the dedication and hard work put into the project. We amused ourselves by sharing stories and creating memories during the retreat. We amused ourselves by sharing stories and creating memories during the retreat. In the group photo, we positioned ourselves to capture the essence of our unity. In the group photo, we positioned ourselves to capture the essence of our unity. We congratulated ourselves on maintaining a positive and inclusive work environment. We congratulated ourselves on maintaining a positive and inclusive work environment. We challenged ourselves to learn new skills and enhance our professional development. We challenged ourselves to learn new skills and enhance our professional development. We rewarded ourselves with a team-building exercise to foster better communication. We rewarded ourselves with a team-building exercise to foster better communication. As you explore the museum, allow yourselves to be captivated by the rich history. As you explore the museum, allow yourselves to be captivated by the rich history. Treat yourselves to a well-deserved break after completing the challenging project. Treat yourselves to a well-deserved break after completing the challenging project. Remind yourselves of the importance of self-care in maintaining a healthy work-life balance. Remind yourselves of the importance of self-care in maintaining a healthy work-life balance. Amidst the laughter, take a moment to appreciate the joy you bring to yourselves and others. Amidst the laughter, take a moment to appreciate the joy you bring to yourselves and others. Challenge yourselves to step out of your comfort zones and embrace new opportunities. Challenge yourselves to step out of your comfort zones and embrace new opportunities. Congratulate yourselves on the successful execution of the event. It was truly remarkable. Congratulate yourselves on the successful execution of the event. It was truly remarkable. During the journey, find yourselves enchanted by the breathtaking scenery. During the journey, find yourselves enchanted by the breathtaking scenery. Reflect on your individual strengths and how they contribute to the strength of yourselves as a team. Reflect on your individual strengths and how they contribute to the strength of yourselves as a team. Reward yourselves with a celebration for the milestones achieved in your personal and professional lives. Reward yourselves with a celebration for the milestones achieved in your personal and professional lives. Allow yourselves the freedom to express creativity and innovation in your projects. Allow yourselves the freedom to express creativity and innovation in your projects. As you navigate challenges, trust in yourselves and your ability to overcome obstacles. As you navigate challenges, trust in yourselves and your ability to overcome obstacles. Position yourselves strategically to maximize the impact of your collective efforts. Position yourselves strategically to maximize the impact of your collective efforts. Amuse yourselves with team-building activities that foster camaraderie and collaboration. Amuse yourselves with team-building activities that foster camaraderie and collaboration. In the meeting, express yourselves openly and share ideas to facilitate constructive discussions. In the meeting, express yourselves openly and share ideas to facilitate constructive discussions. Treat yourselves to a culinary adventure, exploring new flavors and cuisines together. Treat yourselves to a culinary adventure, exploring new flavors and cuisines together. During the retreat, immerse yourselves in nature to rejuvenate and refresh your minds. During the retreat, immerse yourselves in nature to rejuvenate and refresh your minds. Congratulations on the successful launch. Take a moment to pat yourselves on the back. Congratulations on the successful launch. Take a moment to pat yourselves on the back. Support yourselves and your colleagues during busy periods to maintain a positive work environment. Support yourselves and your colleagues during busy periods to maintain a positive work environment. Allow yourselves the luxury of time for personal growth and self-discovery. Allow yourselves the luxury of time for personal growth and self-discovery. Position yourselves for success by setting clear goals and working diligently towards achieving them. Position yourselves for success by setting clear goals and working diligently towards achieving them. After the performance, the actors found themselves in high spirits, celebrating backstage. After the performance, the actors found themselves in high spirits, celebrating backstage. The children amused themselves with games and laughter in the sunny park. The children amused themselves with games and laughter in the sunny park. During the adventure, the explorers discovered a hidden cave and marveled at themselves for the find. During the adventure, the explorers discovered a hidden cave and marveled at themselves for the find. After the challenging mission, the spies congratulated themselves on a successful operation. After the challenging mission, the spies congratulated themselves on a successful operation. The team immersed themselves in the project, working tirelessly to meet the deadline. The team immersed themselves in the project, working tirelessly to meet the deadline. In the midst of the festival, the attendees lost themselves in the joyous celebration. In the midst of the festival, the attendees lost themselves in the joyous celebration. The musicians allowed themselves to get lost in the rhythm of the music during the concert. The musicians allowed themselves to get lost in the rhythm of the music during the concert. The friends challenged themselves to complete a tough obstacle course together. The friends challenged themselves to complete a tough obstacle course together. After the hike, the hikers rewarded themselves with a breathtaking view from the mountaintop. After the hike, the hikers rewarded themselves with a breathtaking view from the mountaintop. The scholars engaged in a lively debate, expressing themselves with passion and conviction. The scholars engaged in a lively debate, expressing themselves with passion and conviction. Following the intense workout, the athletes congratulated themselves on their fitness achievements. Following the intense workout, the athletes congratulated themselves on their fitness achievements. The travellers amused themselves with stories and laughter around the campfire. The travellers amused themselves with stories and laughter around the campfire. The friends reminded themselves of the importance of maintaining a strong bond. The friends reminded themselves of the importance of maintaining a strong bond. During the storm, the birds sought refuge in the trees, protecting themselves from the rain. During the storm, the birds sought refuge in the trees, protecting themselves from the rain. The employees supported themselves and their colleagues during a challenging period at work. The employees supported themselves and their colleagues during a challenging period at work. The scientists immersed themselves in the research, uncovering new insights into the phenomenon. The scientists immersed themselves in the research, uncovering new insights into the phenomenon. After the competition, the participants treated themselves to a well-deserved feast. After the competition, the participants treated themselves to a well-deserved feast. The dancers lost themselves in the rhythm, expressing their emotions through graceful movements. The dancers lost themselves in the rhythm, expressing their emotions through graceful movements. The volunteers dedicated themselves to a community service project, making a positive impact. The volunteers dedicated themselves to a community service project, making a positive impact. The family congratulated themselves on successfully organising a memorable reunion. The family congratulated themselves on successfully organising a memorable reunion. Went around. Went around. Meaning, to visit a person or a place. To visit a person or a place. I went around all the shops, but I couldn't find a present for him. I went around all the shops, but I couldn't find a present for him. Took off. Took off. Meaning, to remove something, especially a piece of clothing. To remove something, especially a piece of clothing. The kids took off their coats and threw them on the floor. The kids took off their coats and threw them on the floor. Picked up. Picked up. Meaning, to lift someone or something up from a surface. To lift someone or something up from a surface. She picked up her knife and fork and started to eat. She picked up her knife and fork and started to eat. Came in. Came in. Meaning, to enter a room, building, or other place. To enter a room, building, or other place. He came in with 4 shopping bags and dumped them on the table. He came in with 4 shopping bags and dumped them on the table. Kept away. Kept away. Meaning, to avoid someone or something, or to make someone else do this. To avoid someone or something, or to make someone else do this. The public was kept away from the burning building. The public was kept away from the burning building. Dealt with. Dealt with. Meaning, to take action to do something, especially to solve a problem. To take action to do something, especially to solve a problem. The police dealt with the incident very efficiently. The police dealt with the incident very efficiently. Looked after. looked after, meaning to take care of someone or something and make certain that they have everything they need. To take care of someone or something and make certain that they have everything they need. Mary looked after us very well. She's an excellent cook. Mary looked after us very well. She's an excellent cook. Sat back, meaning to relax and stop making the effort to do something. To relax and stop making the effort to do something. I sat back and enjoyed a cup of tea. I sat back and enjoyed a cup of tea. Went over, meaning to move or travel towards someone or something. To move or travel towards someone or something. He went over to the window and closed the curtains. He went over to the window and closed the curtains. Ended up, meaning to be in a particular place or state after doing something or because of doing it. To be in a particular place or state after doing something or because of doing it. He took a wrong turn and ended up on the coast road. He took a wrong turn and ended up on the coast road. Woke up, meaning to become conscious after sleeping. To become conscious after sleeping. I woke up several times during the night. I woke up several times during the night. Pointed out, meaning to show someone who a person is or where something is. To show someone who a person is or where something is. The error was pointed out to her by one of her colleagues. The error was pointed out to her by one of her colleagues. Carried on, meaning to continue doing something. To continue doing something. She carried on working late into the night. She carried on working late into the night. Gave out, meaning to give something to several people. To give something to several people. The teacher gave out the exam papers to all of the students. The teacher gave out the exam papers to all of the students. Brought back, meaning To cause ideas, feelings, or memories to be in your mind again. To cause ideas, feelings, or memories to be in your mind again. The photographs brought back many pleasant memories. The photographs brought back many pleasant memories. Asked around. Asked around. Meaning, to ask several people for information or advice. To ask several people for information or advice. I asked around in the village, but no one knew where he was. I asked around in the village, but no one knew where he was. Filled out. Filled out. Meaning, to add information such as your name or address in the empty spaces on an official document. To add information such as your name or address in the empty spaces on an official document. I filled out the document in blue ink last week. I filled out the document in blue ink last week. Got together. Got together. Meaning, people meet in order to do something or to spend time together. People meet in order to do something or to spend time together. Several members of the club got together for a small party. Several members of the club got together for a small party. Cheered up. Cheered up. Meaning, to become less sad or to make someone feel less sad. To become less sad or to make someone feel less sad. He cheered up at the thought of seeing her again. He cheered up at the thought of seeing her again. Fell down. Fell down. Meaning, to fall to the ground. To fall to the ground. She fell down the stairs and hurt her leg. She fell down the stairs and hurt her leg. Held back. Held back. Meaning, to not do something, often because of fear or because you do not want to make a bad situation worse. To not do something, often because of fear or because you do not want to make a bad situation worse. She held back from telling him what she thought of him. She held back from telling him what she thought of him. Took on. Took on. Meaning, to accept a particular job or responsibility. To accept a particular job or responsibility. She took on greater responsibilities when she was promoted. She took on greater responsibilities when she was promoted. Brought in. Brought in. Meaning, to use the skills of a particular group or person. To use the skills of a particular group or person. They brought in an outside specialist to install the computer system. They brought in an outside specialist to install the computer system. Found out. Found out. Meaning, to discover a fact or piece of information. To discover a fact or piece of information. We found out he'd been stealing from us for years. We found out he'd been stealing from us for years. Came back. Came back. Meaning, to return to a place. To return to a place. She came back carrying a loaded tray of biscuits. She came back carrying a loaded tray of biscuits. Turned up. Turned up. Meaning, to increase the amount of sound, heat, or light produced by a piece of equipment by pressing a button or moving a switch. To increase the amount of sound, heat, or light produced by a piece of equipment by pressing a button or moving a switch. He turned up the volume on the television. He turned up the volume on the television. Agreed with. Agreed with. Meaning, to think that something is the right thing to do. To think that something is the right thing to do. He agreed with my suggestion that we change the date. He agreed with my suggestion that we change the date. Calmed down. Calmed down. Meaning, to begin to feel more relaxed and less emotional, or to make someone do this. To begin to feel more relaxed and less emotional, or to make someone do this. The situation calmed down when police intervened. The situation calmed down when police intervened. Went back. Went back. Meaning, to return to a person, place, subject, or activity. To return to a person, place, subject, or activity. He went back to stacking the shelves in the supermarket. He went back to stacking the shelves in the supermarket. Took over. Took over. Meaning, to start doing a job or being responsible for something that another person did or had responsibility for before. To start doing a job or being responsible for something that another person did or had responsibility for before. She took over as manager 2 weeks ago. She took over as manager 2 weeks ago. Worked out. Worked out. Meaning to be successful or to end in a particular way. To be successful or to end in a particular way. Things worked out pretty well in the end. Things worked out pretty well in the end. Acted on. Acted on. Meaning to do something because you have been given information, advice, or orders. To do something because you have been given information, advice, or orders. Police say they acted on information received. Police say they acted on information received. Came across. Came across. Meaning to meet someone or to find something by chance. To meet someone or to find something by chance. She came across a pile of old photographs while she was clearing the attic. She came across a pile of old photographs while she was clearing the attic. Dropped by. Dropped by. Meaning to make a short visit somewhere. To make a short visit somewhere. He dropped by my office this morning. He dropped by my office this morning. Felt for. Felt for. Meaning to feel sympathy for someone. To feel sympathy for someone. I really felt for him after everything that had gone on. I really felt for him after everything that had gone on. Got through. Got through. Meaning to manage to deal with a difficult situation or to stay alive until it is over. To manage to deal with a difficult situation or to stay alive until it is over. We got through half the application forms this morning. We got through half the application forms this morning. Handed over. Handed over. Meaning to give something to someone by holding it in your hand and offering it to them. To give something to someone by holding it in your hand and offering it to them. I handed over my secret stash of chocolate biscuits. I handed over my secret stash of chocolate biscuits. Turned on. Turned on. Meaning to make a piece of equipment start working by pressing a button or moving a switch. To make a piece of equipment start working by pressing a button or moving a switch. He turned on the gas and lit the stove. He turned on the gas and lit the stove. Looked for, looked for. Meaning, to search for someone or something. To search for someone or something. We looked for her everywhere, but she was nowhere to be found. We looked for her everywhere, but she was nowhere to be found. Missed out, missed out. Meaning, to lose an opportunity to do or have something. To lose an opportunity to do or have something. I missed out on his offer of a free holiday in Spain. I missed out on his offer of a free holiday in Spain. Ran after, ran after. Meaning, to chase someone or something. To chase someone or something. He ran after her, shouldering his way through the crowd. He ran after her, shouldering his way through the crowd. Sawed off, sawed off. Meaning, to remove something by cutting through it with a saw or a knife. To remove something by cutting through it with a saw or a knife. She sawed off the dead branches of the tree. She sawed off the dead branches of the tree. Stood by, stood by. Meaning, to be ready to do something. To be ready to do something. He stood by the fountain ready to be photographed. He stood by the fountain ready to be photographed. Called off, called off. Meaning, to decide that something will not happen. To decide that something will not happen. The game was called off because of bad weather. The game was called off because of bad weather. Looked at, looked at. Meaning, to direct your eyes towards someone or something so that you can see them. To direct your eyes towards someone or something so that you can see them. He looked at me with a very peculiar expression. He looked at me with a very peculiar expression. Switched off, switched off. Meaning, stop the flow or operation of something by means of a tap, switch, or button. Stop the flow or operation of something by means of a tap, switch, or button. I parked the car and switched off the engine. I parked the car and switched off the engine. Throughout. Throughout. Meaning, to get rid of something you do not want anymore. To get rid of something you do not want anymore. We threw out loads of rubbish when we moved house. We threw out loads of rubbish when we moved house. Checked up. Checked up. Meaning, to make certain about something by checking it. To make certain about something by checking it. He checked up on you as a matter of routine. He checked up on you as a matter of routine. Got by. Got by. Meaning, to have just enough of something such as money or knowledge so that you can do what you need to do. To have just enough of something such as money or knowledge so that you can do what you need to do. I got by with a little money, but it was all I needed. I got by with a little money, but it was all I needed. Hung around. Hung around. Meaning, to spend time in a place waiting or doing nothing. To spend time in a place waiting or doing nothing. I hung around the station for an hour, but he never came. I hung around the station for an hour, but he never came. Jumped at. Jumped at. Meaning, to take an opportunity that is offered to you in a very enthusiastic way. To take an opportunity that is offered to you in a very enthusiastic way. I jumped at the chance of a trip to Hong Kong. I jumped at the chance of a trip to Hong Kong. Laid off. Laid off. Meaning, to end someone's employment, especially temporarily, because there is not enough work for them. To end someone's employment, especially temporarily, because there is not enough work for them. The company laid off 250 workers in December. The company laid off 250 workers in December. Tried on. Tried on. Meaning, to put on a piece of clothing in order to see how it looks and whether it fits. To put on a piece of clothing in order to see how it looks and whether it fits. I tried on a few jackets, but none of them looked nice. I tried on a few jackets, but none of them looked nice. Washed off. Washed off. Meaning, To remove something with flowing water, or to come off after you do this. To remove something with flowing water, or to come off after you do this. The hose washed off all the dirt from the tyres. The hose washed off all the dirt from the tyres. Took apart. Took apart. Meaning, to separate an object into pieces. To separate an object into pieces. David took apart the television and spread the bits all over the carpet. David took apart the television and spread the bits all over the carpet. Stood up. Stood up. Meaning, to put your body into an upright position from a sitting or lying position. To put your body into an upright position from a sitting or lying position. When I stood up, my legs went all wobbly. When I stood up, my legs went all wobbly. Made off. Made off. Meaning, to leave quickly, especially after doing something wrong. To leave quickly, especially after doing something wrong. The children have made off with the whole cake. The children have made off with the whole cake. Lived through. Lived through. Meaning, to experience a dangerous or unpleasant situation and still be alive after it. To experience a dangerous or unpleasant situation and still be alive after it. She has lived through several terrible accidents. She has lived through several terrible accidents. Called away. Called away. Meaning, to ask someone to leave a place, usually by telephoning them or sending them a message. To ask someone to leave a place, usually by telephoning them or sending them a message. She was called away from the meeting to take an urgent phone call. She was called away from the meeting to take an urgent phone call. Broke in. Broke in. Meaning, to enter a building by force, especially in order to steal things. To enter a building by force, especially in order to steal things. The burglar broke in and stole my money. The burglar broke in and stole my money. Firstly. Firstly. Firstly, I would like to thank everyone who came to my party. Firstly, I would like to thank everyone who came to my party. Secondly. Secondly. To start with, we haven't enough money and secondly, we're too busy. To start with, we haven't enough money, and secondly, we're too busy. Previously, previously. The building had previously been used as a hotel. The building had previously been used as a hotel. Entirely, entirely. I don't think you are being entirely truthful. I don't think you are being entirely truthful. Quite, quite. I enjoyed her new book, though it's not quite as good as her last one. I enjoyed her new book, though it's not quite as good as her last one. Carefully, carefully. Check the peaches carefully before you buy them. Check the peaches carefully before you buy them. Everywhere, everywhere. Everywhere looks so grey and depressing in winter. Everywhere looks so grey and depressing in winter. Suddenly, suddenly. Suddenly he found himself awake and fully alert. Suddenly he found himself awake and fully alert. Badly, badly. The warehouse has been badly damaged by fire. The warehouse has been badly damaged by fire. Immediately, immediately. Mix in the remaining ingredients and serve immediately. Mix in the remaining ingredients and serve immediately. Easily, easily. The knife easily cut into the chocolate cake. The knife easily cut into the chocolate cake. Maybe, maybe. Maybe you were right after all. Maybe you were right after all. Usually, usually. They usually get together once a month. They usually get together once a month. Unusually, unusually. There was an unusually high number of entries in the competition. There was an unusually high number of entries in the competition. Definitely, definitely. This book will definitely appeal to teenagers and young adults. This book will definitely appeal to teenagers and young adults. Slowly, slowly. He made his way slowly through the forest. He made his way slowly through the forest. Extremely, extremely. She's extremely well qualified for the job. She's extremely well qualified for the job. Actually, actually. He looks young, but he's actually 50 years old. He looks young, but he's actually 50 years old. Eventually, eventually. I presume that an agreement will eventually be reached. I presume that an agreement will eventually be reached. Finally, finally. We finally managed to get there in time. We finally managed to get there in time. Almost, almost. Most spiders weave webs that are almost invisible. Most spiders weave webs that are almost invisible. Already, already. I've already looked there. It must be somewhere else. I've already looked there. It must be somewhere else. Kindly, kindly. Kindly step this way, ladies and gentlemen. Kindly step this way, ladies and gentlemen. Often, often. How often do you wash your hair? How often do you wash your hair? Sometimes, sometimes. The tennis court is sometimes used as a car park. The tennis court is sometimes used as a car park. Briefly, briefly. We stopped off briefly in London on our way to Paris. We stopped off briefly in London on our way to Paris. Quickly, quickly. He quickly scooped the money up from the desk. He quickly scooped the money up from the desk. Never, never. The singer had never performed in New York before. The singer had never performed in New York before. Frequently, frequently. They frequently hold conferences at that hotel. They frequently hold conferences at that hotel. However, however, he can answer the question however hard it is. He can answer the question however hard it is. Clearly, clearly. The audience was clearly enchanted by her performance. The audience was clearly enchanted by her performance. Quietly, quietly. He would sit quietly and watch what was happening. He would sit quietly and watch what was happening. Fortunately, fortunately. Fortunately, the train was on time. Fortunately, the train was on time. Unfortunately, unfortunately. I like cats, but unfortunately, I'm allergic to them. I like cats, but unfortunately, I'm allergic to them. Politely, politely. He responded politely to her questions. He responded politely to her questions. Exactly, exactly. I've forgotten where they live exactly. I've forgotten where they live exactly. Closely, closely. Council officers are liaising closely with local groups. Council officers are liaising closely with local groups. Deliberately, deliberately. She has been deliberately left off the guest list. She has been deliberately left off the guest list. Safely, safely. I was pleased to hear you arrived home safely. I was pleased to hear you arrived home safely. Instantly, instantly. They fell for each other instantly. They fell for each other instantly. Successfully, successfully. The project has now been successfully completed. The project has now been successfully completed. Fairly, fairly. She seems fairly settled in her new job already. She seems fairly settled in her new job already. Unfairly, unfairly. He claims to have been unfairly dismissed. He claims to have been unfairly dismissed. Truly, truly. On her wedding day, the bride looked truly radiant. On her wedding day, the bride looked truly radiant. Thoroughly, thoroughly. Wet your hair thoroughly before applying the shampoo. Wet your hair thoroughly before applying the shampoo. Naturally, naturally. Naturally, I get upset when things go wrong. Naturally, I get upset when things go wrong. Unnaturally, unnaturally. She spoke in an unnaturally high voice. She spoke in an unnaturally high voice. Urgently, urgently. Call me urgently if you have anything to report. Call me urgently if you have anything to report. Ideally, ideally. The company is ideally placed to win the contract. The company is ideally placed to win the contract. Presumably, presumably. You'll be taking the car, presumably. You'll be taking the car, presumably. Seriously, seriously. She was seriously contemplating working abroad. She was seriously contemplating working abroad. Apparently, apparently. Apparently, the company is losing a lot of money. Apparently, the company is losing a lot of money. Surprisingly, surprisingly. The weather was surprisingly warm and sunny. The weather was surprisingly warm and sunny. Indeed, indeed. It is indeed a remarkable achievement. It is indeed a remarkable achievement. Soon, soon. I hope you will soon find your lost ring. I hope you will soon find your lost ring. Currently, currently. We are currently studying all the options available. We are currently studying all the options available. Rarely, rarely. Teenagers and their parents rarely agree. Teenagers and their parents rarely agree. Occasionally, occasionally. We occasionally meet for a drink after work. We occasionally meet for a drink after work. Literally, literally. Until my next payday, I was literally without any money. Until my next payday, I was literally without any money. Slightly, slightly. I was slightly tanned by the sun. I was slightly tanned by the sun. Generally, generally. We generally go to the coast for our holidays. We generally go to the coast for our holidays. Repeatedly, repeatedly. They repeatedly questioned his leadership abilities. They repeatedly questioned his leadership abilities. Totally, totally. She totally lost her composure and began shouting. She totally lost her composure and began shouting. Again, again. I'll never ever do that again. I'll never ever do that again. Accidentally, accidentally. My father accidentally locked me out of the house. My father accidentally locked me out of the house. Honestly, honestly. Please tell me what you honestly think. Please tell me what you honestly think. Eagerly, eagerly. They eagerly accepted my offer of hospitality. They eagerly accepted my offer of hospitality. Mostly, mostly. This area of the country is mostly desert. This area of the country is mostly desert. Happily, happily. The children were playing happily with their toys. The children were playing happily with their toys. Angrily, angrily. Local residents have reacted angrily to the news. Local residents have reacted angrily to the news. Enormously, enormously. My tastes have changed enormously over the years. My tastes have changed enormously over the years. Reasonably, reasonably. I can be reasonably precise about the time of the incident. I can be reasonably precise about the time of the incident. Oddly, oddly. She's been behaving oddly this week. She's been behaving oddly this week. patiently, patiently. The driver sat patiently behind the wheel. The driver sat patiently behind the wheel. Strictly, strictly. Smoking in the cinema is strictly prohibited. Smoking in the cinema is strictly prohibited. Technically, technically. It is still technically possible for them to win. It is still technically possible for them to win. Loudly, loudly. Don't say that kind of thing so loudly. Don't say that kind of thing so loudly. Hardly, hardly. My fingers were so numb I could hardly write. My fingers were so numb I could hardly write. Painfully, painfully. I scraped my knee painfully on the concrete. I scraped my knee painfully on the concrete. Foolishly, foolishly. Foolishly, I didn't write the phone number down. Foolishly, I didn't write the phone number down. Simply, simply. He made me an offer I simply couldn't refuse. He made me an offer I simply couldn't refuse. Significantly, significantly. Oil prices fluctuated significantly during October. Oil prices fluctuated significantly during October. Vastly, vastly. The quality of the training has vastly improved. The quality of the training has vastly improved. Neatly, neatly. The squares of fabric were all sewn neatly together. The squares of fabric were all sewn neatly together. Wholly, wholly. In my opinion, the decision was wholly justified. In my opinion, the decision was wholly justified. Nicely, nicely. The car gets me there nicely in time for work. The car gets me there nicely in time for work. Truthfully, truthfully. I answered all their questions truthfully. I answered all their questions truthfully. Potentially, potentially. Clearly, this is a potentially dangerous situation. Clearly, this is a potentially dangerous situation. Lightly, lightly. I touched him lightly on the arm. I touched him lightly on the arm. Vaguely, vaguely. I vaguely remember hearing him come in. I vaguely remember hearing him come in. Terribly, terribly. I'm terribly sorry to have kept you waiting. I'm terribly sorry to have kept you waiting. Swiftly, Swiftly. The police must be able to react swiftly in an emergency. The police must be able to react swiftly in an emergency. Gratefully. Gratefully. I gratefully took the cup of coffee she offered me. I gratefully took the cup of coffee she offered me. Wisely. Wisely. They've invested their money wisely. They've invested their money wisely. Innocently. Innocently. He had innocently walked into a private dispute. He had innocently walked into a private dispute. Abnormally. Abnormally. The kitchen is almost abnormally clean and tidy. The kitchen is almost abnormally clean and tidy. Boldly. Boldly. He stepped boldly forward to speak. He stepped boldly forward to speak. Evenly. Evenly. Apply the glue evenly over both surfaces. Apply the glue evenly over both surfaces. Recklessly. Recklessly. The car swerved about recklessly in the bus lane. The car swerved about recklessly in the bus lane. Wildly. Wildly. All the maps we had were wildly inaccurate. All the maps we had were wildly inaccurate.